first test next week. We head to Colorado to face the Buffaloes, fresh off a loss in week 1 of their own. So they're not going to be very happy. This is the money game for the Blue Hens. Heading to a Power 4 school, it's not going to be easy. This is a very good Buffalo squad led by Caden Salter. No Travis Hunter and no Shador Sanders, but I still think this team is competitive. So next episode, we will get the first premier game of the Delaware Blue Hens. Hope you guys enjoyed the FCS look today. I thought I mixed up a little bit. I try to go as realistic. So if you guys enjoyed it, if you did, make sure especially see you next time.
EA Sports to the game.
The newest offering from the House of Ashes. Never before witnessed upon the sands of the arena. You play a dangerous game. I'm an peaceful boy. Let the heavens tremble in anticipation of blood.
And pay that back after your next meeting. Don't wait for deals to go.
This is Mr. Reed. Welcome back to another episode of Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty. Here is Sports Capital 26. Last week, we had an FCS match against the Great Rivals of the Delaware State Courts. Exciting game. 2017. This week, the challenge we had to Colorado against the it was essentially the beginning of the season. It's to a place like this. They face a very difficult map. Colorado is only 1-1 last week, 45 with 32 Georgia Tech and the Jackets. This team is still very, very talented. As we're underway here in week number 2. It's nighttime here in Colorado. There's a big change drop in the subscribe, especially for content. There's like an offensive line anchored by the left tackle Jordan Seaton, who's a true sophomore. He's one of the better tackles in college football. First play for the Buffaloes will be a screen pass. There's an absolute body by center Missouri McGill. He's the tech transfer. We watched that back. Picked up a massive game game. First down play will be a quick pass out wide. This is Smalls with his first reception of the season. Jalen Smalls, who is a transfer quarterback, is very dynamic. The senior trying to push this team to their first big drive. He wasn't really involved for 420 yards. 3 passing touchdowns, rushing touchdown in the loss of the Yellow Jackets. He's off to a good start here. He's on first down. Here's a nice carry of 6. Michael Welch getting his first of the hour. Last week.
It's an often heard refrain across players say we want to win this one for our team. 2 excellent groups of seniors tonight. One of them will get the ultimate prize, a national championship. Time for ESPN's college football. Brad Nesper and Kurt Herbstreit will be on the call. Brad, take it away.
Welcome to the University of Phoenix Stadium, the site of the BCS National Championship game.
EA Sports and ESPN bring you this exciting college football game. Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler, joined by Kirk Street, and we'll hear from Aaron Andrews on the sidelines and Reese Davis in the studio throughout the game. Tonight's college football action is brought to you by Spark, who reminds you that what you can measure, you can improve. We got it. The Oregon Ducks and the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Both teams take the field. It's the season. This is the game we're all waiting for. Guys, the ACS National Championship. Now let's take you down to midfield for the coin toss. Made by Spark. Reminds you that what you can measure, you can improve.
Zach Marker, the senior quarterback, will get out of bounds after game 7. They rushed 6 times last week and 5 yards. He can get more when he beat. Second 3 now. They will blitz as a screen on wide for St. Colorado's ready for it. They'll put it in there. Say that works. 3rd and 3 now. Big 3rd down.
Oregon gets the point as the ball set, and he looks ready to kick this one deep to open up the ball game. Here we go, folks. And they can forget about returning this one. The offense gets ready to take their first crack down. He makes it to the 28-yard line. The back gets 3 of the carries. From their own 28-yard line. Second down.
Touchdown is the answer
He goes to 41. He's just set a new high watermark for career passing yards here. Is he the best quarterback we've ever seen around here? You can make a pretty good argument. From their own 41-yard line. First down.
6 carries.
To the fourth. It's sort of hard to comprehend how good he's been for so long. Alabama up 6. And he adds the extra point. There's a quick replay, 75-yard drive. That's good for a touchdown. Boy, that is fun. This offense looking more and more explosive. They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team to the outside. Drills this one. So let's see what the offense can do as they come out onto the field. There's a strike complete. Good tackle. He was the last line of defense. Big gain there for the first down.
There was some miscommunication down there by the defense that allowed for that big gain.
Now it's 1st and 10 after the big pass play. And now he's going to improvise. At about the 5-yard line.
It's always a snap decision when you decide to tuck it and run. On that play, it was definitely the right move. You got the first down after a nice game.
1st and goal. Ball on the 5-yard line. He gets sacked on the play. Aggressive call there to send the corner. Boy, did he get in there quick and what? Second down, goal to go. Ball on the 6-yard line. Go the draw, he will score.
Strong run
Back to get into the end zone.
He's a pretty sure bet to get 6 when you're this close to the end zone.
See, call by the coach here. They're looking to go in front with this 2-point attempt. Tries to get around the corner. 4-play, 75-yard run. And they come here with 8 points.
As a defensive coordinator, I think right now, you almost look like your coach is scared. You've got to be able to get back to all the preparation that you put in to get ready for this game and trust that and go out and start to call this defense with some confidence. Right now, they look loud.
So the score is 7-6. They'll get the ball here at the 25-yard line. Takes the ball inside. Breaks one. The 40. The 10. Touchdown. Huge play. Incredible display of absolute.
Next drive, we got the first sack of the season. Keyshawn Holder. 6 kicks. So that's not easy to do. Based up in our it's meters back. Serves our loads up deep. He's easy throws. But Joseph Williams comes back for the good call. That shouldn't have been called. Good job by readjusting by Williams. It's a big first down. Next play is a swing pass. Second and 6. Salter makes some adjustments. Just the air actually wants to take him. He was his legs. He's going to take a run. He can get you out of some touchdown. 13-yard run for Keon Salter. Second rushing touchdown of the season. It's 21-7. We reached the 2-minute warning now. That player has to punt back to Colorado after it makes 7 downs. So the Buffaloes with a chance to add some more points before we reach the first half intermission.
And while they are behind, they know they can knock things up in a heartbeat. Way too early to change the game.
That will be a quick game of 5. Colorado gets back to the line. I know when it's screen left side, this one's thrown behind the receiver. That's a third down for Colorado. You know what the field will have a chance of running at some points. On third down, it's easier said than done. Here's a quick pass to Jenkins there. Utah State transfer on his third catch of the day. Colorado keeps driving on. Inside a minute, though, there's pressure on Salter's face.
Ball on the 32-yard line.
To Mario Miller. Had a big game last week in the loss. Inside bounds, reserve the 3 timeouts in 54 seconds. They're trying to start another screen. This one's running dirt again. American John is going to make those wide receiver screen. Second and 10, Salter quick for a little traffic in spot. And Colorado goes timeout.
These guys have some skills on who can make things happen. They picked up an enormous amount of real estate on that play.
Second level, he finds his receivers. Miller again getting going. He's down to the 27. Buffaloes will use their second timeout. They got 40 seconds of run remaining. Salter to the air, looks short. This one caught.
First is over the 2. Let's see if they just don't try to power their way into the
gets
end
off
here.
the clock.
So empty backfield with 5 wide receivers.
Goes in between snaps. This is a quick throw. And it's actually a bounce. Last time out. So the 7 for the 3 points. If you're down for it, I think that's a good step. Here's the chip shot from Alejandro. It's a throw. It's 24-7 ball game going into the halftime report. 17 points to get first Delaware. We had a good first try. The offense is really stalled out. So it's feeling the pressure of this good Buffalo team. Kaden Salter offense has been good. His connection with Joseph Williams, 5 for 85 and a touchdown today for a true sophomore.
Here's the extra point that can be some lead.
Season.
He sits with the
Second half is your get to St. Louis starts and didn't work out. Emo is the Alabama transfer in the backfield again, the second team for today. Second 12 to St. Louis.
He gets a nice first down carry. 56 on the ground for him today. Almost averaging 60 yards. Empty second for first down. Walker tucks it and run, and he's talking about he can get mobile sometimes. Slides down for a first 6 attempts, 3 yards. First down back to the air. He's going to there's actually going to be a flag for intentional grounding this play. He's still in attack phase. So that will essentially be a sack. Second and 20 now. Marker back to the air, 4-man rush, just like Short. Here's Wilson, who's been a hot target today.
Oh, 25-yard line.
John Wilson, 3 catches, 33 yards for the sophomore in this one. Now it's a 3rd and long for the Hens. Marker to the air, as he throws it, leads to the 40. Straight here on the second half.
Great call by the coaches in the first set.
Covered up nice.
Stretches the defense when they expect the run. They end up with another first down.
23 for 26.
First down, 10 yards to go.
Second, here's nice swing pass out wide for Miller. And Miller's going to get into the second level, gets out to the 49-yard line, pushed out. So it's a nice 25-yard connection there. First down was nice pitch to the halfback. This will be a game. Second one, pushing out the halfback with his plays. It's a quick throw and a nice grab by Williams in traffic. Good coverage.
40-yard line.
He's got second down 95 on the score today. A good drive here for Colorado. Salter identifying the linebacker. First and 10, reaches the second level. A good job by Salter to bring that coverage. Identify where the open is going to be. It's nice that connection to check the snap. It's a tough day. It's a trainer in the backfield. Second, and slip pass to the stair. And he won't get much. It's a 31 now for the second. Then we're trying to force the field goal try here. As it's a gift to Wilson. He will not go anywhere. Hunter leads the way. Just take the 3, 7 Irish score. Down by 20 as the Blue Hens back on the football. But midfield, trying to screen for safe quarters. But I go for the shut that out. Big game. 3rd and 4 out here for the Hens. Keep trying to go around. And we're safety to get the first down. And now Delaware in Colorado territory. Checks out here for first down. This is Red getting a carry. Silver to picks up. Second and 6. Safe forward checks back in, trying to go off tackle. Nowhere to go. Save it up to
This drive will start at the 25-yard line.
Big 3rd and 8. Marker to the air looks short. He's got Fall out of select. We'll get the first down. And this is the best drive we've seen from Delaware since that first drive. Opportunity to Colorado. Inside 2 is to go here in 3rd. A quick pass, no traffic, and we'll take it. Martinez Bridge was in the area, running in reflection. Second and 10 here for the right side, and he's intercepted. This one picked up by Preston Hodge, and he will go the other way.
47-yard line.
Big 6. First turnover of the season for the Blue Hens, and well, it's going to be a 77-yard pick 6 for the senior safety. And Colorado now leads 47 as well into the final frame. 27 points there.
Defense taking advantage of an opportunity. They're bouncing on the loose ball.
Got into the end zone last time. Let's see if they can score on this possession.
So it's one thing to have speed. It's another thing to have an idea of what you're doing. Concentration last place there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it too.
That's a 5-yard carry against a stout
First and 10. All on the 34-yard line.
Here is a short pass for Fall.
Alabama with a 6-point lead.
And they make it 2nd and 7. Walker back to the area. Blitz from Colorado. He steps up into the line. He'll pick up a little bit here. Picks up 5 with his legs. 8 carries, 79 yards, and a touchdown.
He set the team record for career receptions. And you know the fans really appreciate the effort he's given them over his time here. They're smart and they admire the drive of guys like this.
When a person's entire life has changed, might not be that obvious. Instead of just about winning 10 games.
And he converts the extra point.
That's the difference. If you lose, you might see it too.
Yes, there. It's a kick. The offense comes back out, and as I'm sure you'll remember, their last possession ended in a lost fumble. So much in football is about how you respond to adversity. Moving forward after a turnover is a perfect example of that. Good D. It's an intelligent play by the defender. All you have to do sometimes is get your hand on the ball. From their own 25-yard line, it's second down. Get to the tailback. And they get nice yardage on that run.
32.
About 6 yards there.
Heavy foot down. Right at the middle, that's
So it's third down.
senior about the tackle. Fourth down, Delaware will go for it and throw it short for the tight end. Sessions will have first down. Fourth down conversion works. Out to the 23. Back to the air. Texas run this time. Colorado right. Davis Rich UTSA transfer with the speed. So
It's fourth down. The offense is getting set to go for it. This is kind of a surprising call right here by the Colts. This is a fun situation.
Here, so the no other option is Marker has no time to throw. This one's incomplete. Colorado just pinned their ears back here for the quarterback, and it worked out.
Alabama can protect their first down.
Drive down the field, set themselves up for a chip shot.
They'll take a timeout. That's their second of the
Let's
half.
make it 37-7. That will be your final
Alabama's
score.
called their final timeout.
Here on Thursday night, my final score of 37-7 over the Delaware Fighting Blue Hens.
The offense will be
is
over.
your player of the game. He was great. 91% completion, over 300 yards. Credited for a lot of touchdowns. As the Buffaloes get their first win of the
They
season,
moved the ball as well as they did on the last drive.
season, but
I
I
think
said
the
this was
defense
to be
right now is
expected.
just sitting back
This
on the
was the
field.
line
They're
game,
allowing
and
the
even
offense
though
to kind
the
of
offense
dictate
didn't
things.
score after
The one thing is the defense is playing really
I have to say the team did a lot better than Iowa State. Specifically, placement defense player to go with this game and beat like 50 plus to like 3 or 7.
The defense was able to stop this offense short on fourth down and last down. Let's see if they do this opportunity. They've been beaten soundly on both sides of the ball, and we haven't even gotten to the second quarter.
It's obviously a much superior team in the field. Look at the other top stories coming out of week 2. Big game coming up next week.
15-yard line.
LSU, 7 as well as Tennessee and Georgia getting ready with Mike Matthews. Illinois gets upset already in Durham.
Doesn't mean you throw the play away.
Big game
You
this
just
week.
need to
16
execute better
Texas
next
A&M.
time. We're going into the first quarter of action. Alabama's got 13-point lead.
Washington State beat San Diego
It's
State.
third down
Future
and 10.
Ball
Ball on their own 14.
Nebraska puts up 52 on the Akron Zips. Missouri
Run with it.
Kansas against Missouri.
Has a 48-yard line.
Just not good enough. They were good pressure on you. And
Really work hard in the trenches.
Tigers were a little upset after last week's loss to LSU. There's Michigan, Texas, Kansas State.
First and 10. Ball on their own 28.
They might have come at a cost. UCLA goes on the road against UNLV 31-20. Well, maybe who I think could be a sleeper team this year beats UAB. Tulane says that they will 21 Toledo over Western Kentucky 24-20. Houston goes on the road and beats Rice 21-16, while USC survives a
From their own 28-yard line.
It's second down 20-17. A lot of Thursday games. Not sure if this is right, but it is what it is. Texas plays San Jose State. Like the best team in the country. Oklahoma State upsets Oregon on the road. It's a big win for Cowboys. 34-4.
They converted one third down play on this time. They're faced with a third and long.
We saw the Dukes score Penn State 62 on FIU. Rutgers beats Miami Ohio. They couldn't make it 2 for 2 against Lake Tahoe.
Syracuse beats their basketball Rams to the over 28 to the Rams last night. 55 to 0. Apparently, over no way do we see Ole Miss put a 55 on Kentucky on the road. Good hot start for the Rebels this year. Texas Tech with a thrashing. Kent State 42 to 3. Alabama dominates the and also on Friday, it's like no Saturday games. BYU doubles up Stanford, and then we see Oregon State with Fresno State for the Giants game this Saturday in the game of the week. They dominated Michigan 45 to 20. Get a good look for the Wolverines there. Oklahoma gets a big statement win. It's first big game this week against Florida. Iowa wins the sidewalk showdown, and then Florida also looks ready. They got 56. That is the Florida game. Indiana starts with 2-0 in Kennesaw State this week. West Virginia, their very favorite road game, beats Ohio 35 to 17.
It's the nice play of the
beats New Mexico State 34-21. Texas State wins the I-35 showdown this year against UTSA 31-15. Vanderbilt gets a nice victory on the road against Virginia Tech 41-20. He's on 2-0. Cincinnati will double up Wolverine 42-21. While Boston College will lose to Michigan State 21-21 last week in an upset. Arkansas beats Arizona State in a standard rivalry, but it was a close one, 31-30.
Ball of the 17.
Mississippi State also only beats Arizona State by a point in close games down the stretch. North Carolina beats Charlotte, and then Memphis goes to Georgia State and goes 38-10. Pittsburgh over Central Michigan. We see NC State beat Virginia by a touchdown over Texas A&M for the big game against Notre Dame. And Utah State 38-27. There's a big on defense as well. Done it with UCF with 2 interceptions, including a pick 6 on offense. Tyler Brown is off to a great start this season. 13 catches, 206 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Your conference USA Jersey number Thomas Anderson, Missouri State.
7.58-yard drive.
Touchdowns for Kansas State. One McKinnon goes. Avery Johnson is out for the season with an Achilles tear. One of the best quarterbacks in college football, arguably going to have first Nick April, is out for the year. Huge loss for Kansas State. We'll have to see what that means for their future, as well as Avery Johnson's in terms of college or pro levels. Nobody's going to follow over the offseason. Here's the rankings. Oregon, Illinois are the big fallers. I'm surprised Oregon fell more than Illinois. I thought Illinois losing to Duke.
Things have been very even. There was so little separation. This game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays.
LSU, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, Georgia, Tennessee, they touched on 3, and they closely led to Georgia Tech to try to avoid the upset in Atlanta. It's a conference opponent. Some teams started conference play this week. We will not be starting conference play.
One more down.
To face the one between these 2 squads. It should be a lot closer. Then we just saw against the Colorado Buffaloes. UConn is an independent, so that should be fun to play against. Talented team, and if they have more skill or more talent than we do, we will be playing at home for the first time in a feature game this season. Let me know in the comment section
what a great play. This is the time when we talked about the pregame that they must have in order to be successful with their passing game. That time the quarterback threw it to a spot, and his receiver was there to make a nice grab.
The limited games I have played on College Football 26, I feel like the gameplay is in a really good spot.
It's first down and 10 now after picking up some great yardage through the air.
See this game in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys again for the early support on this series. It's really been awesome. I cannot wait to bring more Delaware Fighting Blue Hens Dynasty to you guys. If you're new and you haven't already, make sure you drop that like and you subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Rowe.
From the 13-yard line, second down. The defense gives up some 3 yards to the offense.
You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. Defensive coordinator anticipating this 5-wide set. He comes in with his dime package. Touchdown, Oregon! So he punches it into the end zone for the second time today. Now,
successful.
This court will address one question. How does this man keep predicting every football game correctly? Your Honor, last week he said Chicago would choke at halftime.
Well, this certainly isn't conventional, but hey, it's counting football. So here's the offense, trying to go up by 2 points.
Please, no.
How are you doing this? Well, it's simple. Just trade outcomes on cash out. Is this even legal? Yeah, Your Honor.
For the corner.
Think you know what happens next?
Short to play,
Let's trade
10-yard drive.
right.
They had 8 points for their total. So the score now, 30-28. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off.
This is Mr. Raymond looking back to another episode of the Delaware Dynasty here. 28 Sports College football 26 and today. Blue Hens returning home to the top. The first featured FBS game of the season as it's nighttime again. And we were Delaware Blue Hens play host to a 1-1 Yukon Huskies. The Lincoln game earlier this year, we beat Delaware State 20-17. Last week, to bounce back win here against the Huskies, who actually this season contest kind of like us. They beat an FCS team week 1, and then last week to their rivals at Syracuse. So both teams looking for a win here today as we're on the way to week number 3. Here's this exchange drop the link. Please subscribe down below, especially with the Dynasty content. Also, we're trying out the new slider set today. Our first sliders is Matt 10's, the same slider set we work with. So let me know how you think it goes in this one. So the next first carry, St. Louis suffers a minor injury. That's not good. In return, let's get this one off. And the first that got back. So we're going to see the top player attack this summer. Second down makes it 3rd and 7. He's got Max Patterson nice first down to 43. Good third down conversion there. Keeps the drive alive. He's handoff to St. Louis, who's already back in the game. He picks up 7 on the second carry. Hit 13 for 57 against Colorado. It's a little bit struggling in the game this far. It's a second and 3 with a short. He completes. Yes, we're missing Jonathan Silver. That's what it's been games. Third and 3. This is caught by St. Louis. They're going to give him the first down. Delaware's going to hurry back to the line of scrimmage. There's no ruling, so keep the first down as they go to the screen. So we'll get back down now. 2nd and 9. Looks for Yukon. He's picked up. Marquez knew where to go, but he's sacked. Tyree Smith, he's sacked. Down. Plus to a 3rd and 19 now. We're back to the air. Wheeler rolls to his right, keeps his eyes downfield, fires, and he's got Max Patterson behind him. That's the speedy sophomore. Into Yukon territory. The 18 handles the safety. Middle gun run for first down. He's got 3 for 23.
Still on the field.
To go here for the fans back to St. Paul. Yeah, he gets inside 5. It's the 2nd and 4. So the offense does here to get back to St. Paul again. He's still getting it in. Struggling here within the 10-yard line. So they got 3rd and 4.
Concentration lapse right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it, too.
So now it's 1st and goal after the big pass play. On play action, under heavy pressure. He has the wherewithal to see the open space in front of him. He just
Like we see, so long drive lands at 3 points, but here comes the Delaware defense and the Yukon offense led by senior quarterback Joe Magnato, also looking for wide receiver Skyler Bell on the outside. First play will be a ball screen outline. This is Lane Simmons, the USF transfer, who gains the their first play from scrimmage. 2nd and 6, already center. It's another RPO. This time out to Simmons again. It's 5. Early 3rd down here with Huskies. Back down to 2 yards, 2 touchdowns last week in Cross. Trying to get her 3rd down here. Gives it to Allen. He won't get that. He had to pull that outside by Dylan Worthy. And that'll bring it into a very fast first quarter. You can only have 1 full drive, same with Delaware.
They lead 3-0. We're in our second drive. We're deep into UConn territory. It's actually a second and goal as we begin the second quarter. So bring a man in motion. Then we're trying to punch an answer. Touch pass the ball, but he won't get there. And UConn looking for another goal line stand. They tackle by Cam Chapman with the impact corner. Bring man in motion again. This time they fake the pitch, and UConn is down with us. He's looking complete. Now we're glad another field goal. We have to think that they could have probably got the goal. 6-0 is a third down. It is a sack. This is Dylan Trainer on the blitz. It's another 3.5 defense play really good today. They're basically giving that one extra time as well as this one is incomplete. But we're on the same page as snapback, so the Blue Jays will go first time today. As UConn gets to pull the ball back and actually start to put the drive together here. But it quickly goes backwards. A holding call. And left corner man, great Scott Jr. on the gate for first down. So that's the first and 20. We're on 33. Back out into the air. It's outside as a man open. Good run by Wayne Simmons. That's 9-34, a touchdown or so far this season. He's off to a quick start today for 38. So first down here from the Huskies as they go with a pistol. Delaware again brings a lot of pressure. And man, wide open down the field in single coverage. And it's Chris Park, Michigan transfer with his first grab of the day. 27 yards. Now UConn in Delaware territory. From about the 16, tries to run with it. He actually pulls his way for the It's the second and 5 now. Symmetrical pistol here as they hand off to Edwards and Clement. And Cam Edwards will get a few. Dylan really gets hurt on the play. He will be okay. Just miss a little bit. Some snaps. They're down here for the Huskies. Magnato to the air. Underneath some pressure rolls, and he's going to be sacked. It's going to be a big time sack for the Blue Men. First down. Oregon. Matthews, that is. And UConn will go about 6-3 as they get a field goal of their own. Let's drive here for Blue Hens. It's a nice flat pattern for Saeed Seattle. Picks up the see the numbers for both quarterbacks. Attempts for Delaware. The second two try to run it again. They will get there. Saeed Seattle again has to come off momentarily. And bring in the sophomore back over the red, the third string. He gets the carry on third down, and he will get the first down a little bit more. Sheds it on tackle before brought down by Chadwick.
He's into the
First
open
and 10,
field.
nice quick pass to Max Patterson. First down, he's had a busy day. Here's with a good drive for the Blue Hens. St. Louis back in the game as well as a first and 10. This will make complete.
Just giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys
Second
on
and 10
the
now.
other side of the
Brings
ball.
pressure, trying to dump it off short. St. Louis has it, gets a first down. Beautiful running after the catch. It's full to go from one. You see a Delaware punching in this time, and St. Louis will do just that. Touchdown. Finally finding the end zone today.
A quarterback in the gun with 5 receivers.
2-0 leading. UConn facing a second and 18
Bring it
after a
down.
sack. To the air goes Magnato, looks short, has his man, tough grab, it's caught. It's a long 3rd and 13. How aggressive do the Huskies get?
On the
There's a
2-yard
clock
line.
drain off here. They will go to the air. Magnato with some pressure gets close to the marker.
That brings up the second and goal. Ball on the 2-yard line.
They're going to try to get points in their own because UConn does get the football to begin the second half. They have 40 seconds starting at midfield here. As the first down throws in. It's behind Patterson. You can't make the adjustment. Tough try there. And he had it for better than 3 4. It's that second and 10. He's busy forward. He has taken a lot of hits and has something to be kind of nervous about. So 3rd and 10, UConn again brings pressure. He had Patterson. So this is him again. So that leads to the end of the drive. That leads to the end of the first half. Delaware leads 13-3. Blue Hens have been firmly in control of this game. They've dominated the zone possession. They've dominated on the offensive side. The defenses look really good, able to keep the Huskies to only 3 points. So see if they can continue that now in the second half, up by 10. UConn does start at the goal. Begin with some ball screens up wide. Here's Skylar Bell. But a very quiet first half. Only 2 catches for 16 yards for the impact senior.
They're ready to begin
Second
another
ball
drive.
now. So hand off to Edwards up the middle, and he will not get there. Our defense has been really good today as Bell will momentarily come off the field. So we'll see if Delaware can take advantage on this 3rd and inch. They get to Edwards. There's a big run up the middle. And it goes today for the junior halfback. He's got 7 for 18.
It's the one move that just can't
So you set it down south, quick pass for a tight end was Hanson in case 3. In fact, Nato is 11 for 12. He has 1 incompletion today and was on a screen pass that he just threw on the ground. Second and 7 now, go back to the air. Nato short to Travis May actually sheds the tackle. Good job here by Chris Parker to get out across midfield. The yards out for the catch. Outside handoff here for Edwards. He'll run into the defender and he'll be put down after a gain of 2. Second and 8 now. Spread rule up here as it's a quick pass across the middle on traffic. Parker goes down with it. It's another third down for the Huskies. Delaware forced them off the field. Go to the air. Magnato looks right side. This one is caught. Tough grab is made by Simmons. 6 for 59 for the senior today. We had the secondary was going to be a weak spot for this team, but you think kind of getting carved up here in the second half. 4 on first down. It takes about 2nd and 6. Just wants to put those this Magnato as he's going to go for the tuck. He's going to go across the middle right behind Trey. That's another grab. Magnato's down 15 for 16 today. Games of the game within 67% of passes. That's going to go way up. It's now a goal to go. Here's a check down. Pull back and gains it to the 1 yard line. Person Childress giving a rare catch. Chop puts it on the ground. Then turns it right around. UConn has their first touchdown on the end of the drive. The Huskies in the end, the second half improvised.
300 yards passing there. You can tell the quarterback's done a really good job of preparing because he's read the defense like a pro all day long. You can see when he throws the ball well, this team usually wins. Now it's 1st and goal. The defense trying to regroup after giving up the big pass. And he's tackled after positive yardage. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that tackle. It's 1st down. They'll be looking for 6 points here.
Now 13 to 10. In the second half, with the football here, 25's Marker gets hit. Throws it out of bounds. It will be an intentional ground thing. But Marker's just taking so many hits today. He seems like he's got a little bit of scope on his leg. That's a monitor. So 2nd and 20 now.
Some guys, when they get near the goal line, they just have a knack for getting the ball into the end zone. It's all right there.
Back to the air, UConn with heading blitz. One of them's going to get on the screen. The other's starting the turf. He will stay in the game though as he comes out to one of the punt try. Now UConn has all momentum down by 3. They get a nice 3 out there. So first one's out of the plate. Magnato gets this one away. He's got himself a first down. UConn at the 50. I think again, Magnato put pressure on blocking. We're talking run this time. He's got plenty of room. Doesn't do this very often, but when we give him that much space, he's going to take advantage. 21 on the ground for the senior quarterback, and UConn now deep into Delaware territory. 29. It's a keeper for Magnato. Trying to really get a little too happy there. It's like he gets back with some round for a second defense.
That's the play by the defense here.
36 big plays. Edwards drawn. He will get the first down. But defensively lacking a little bit here in the second half. They're getting a little bit tired as he's up to 40 yards. Yeah. Side to this here for a quick pass to tight end. Hanson again.
It's just to throw the ball into cover. You got away with one right there. He's very fortunate. Next time he should just throw it away out of bounds.
Looking, rolls to his right, fires, and this one is caught for a touchdown. Skyler Bell makes his presence known with the grab, his 4th touchdown of the season. And UConn with their first lead of the day leads this one 17-13. As the defense is just not shown up here in the second half. And you can say the same about the offense. It's been a complete 180 from what we saw in the first 2 quarters. Magnato's been automatic. And we begin the 4th quarter, 3rd and UConn with a heavy blitz. Marker throws it on the comeback, and it's out through the hands of Devon Brinson. That's another punt for Delaware. The offense has not been here in the second half. Whose offense has been the Huskies. A huge run for Cam Edwards breaking tackles. 13 for 72 now for the junior back. And UConn's offense looks almost unstoppable. First and 10, handoff Edwards off tackle. Gets some blocks. He's going to pick up the way forward. Second and 6 now. Magnato will move a quick pass and get some blocks here. Skyler Bell, and he will break a tackle for first down.
And he holds it to 23 for 24.
Throw to the quarterback.
That could be a mistake sometimes.
That's the 25 that got him balls back to absolute time. This guy is looking open. He's looking like Patrick Mahomes in the chainsaw. Runs going to be a 3 pound side of 10, able to Edwards, pounds by for about 5. Staying the same formation, second goal. It's a touch pass, and it doesn't go to defense. Kingsley Roy, nice tackle there. He's been a highlight from the other portion of the season. Big 30 here trying to force a beautiful landing to Edwards up the middle, but he will find the end zone. Touchdown Huskies. 24-13 now your score.
The quarterback did a really good job on the outside of finding his receivers and space. And I bet we hope they do the same thing again.
Second and 8 here. Play. They try to run with it. He's absolutely
He needs it
no
down.
protection on the line. He's taking a lead today. Now it's 30-11. UConn's just playing the years back. They're just blitzing everybody. Another huge shot. This time it is fighting Virginia transfer. And now we're at the 2 yard line. UConn's overstepping again. Good to go from the 1. Off tackle run. Untouched into the end zone. Touchdown Huskies. This game is essentially over. 31-13, UConn has just blown this game wide open. The backups would come in and actually doing pretty good. This is the backup quarterback, Brown, who's looking great. 3rd and 10, he lines from deep. And Sean Wilson with absolute loss of a grab. Puts us down once again. Timeout 1 second. White Hawks trying to score a touchdown today. Brown Wilson was right there. He will find the end zone. And we have our first passing touchdown of the season. It's taken 12 quarters essentially, but we find the end zone in the air. So a little bit of a great spot to end the day. The Huskies will win this one 31-20. We dropped to 1-2 in the season in a game that was a tale of 2 halves. In the first half, it was all Delaware. Offense was moving the football. Family could have scored a little bit more points. The defense was great. Back to the break. The complete opposite happened. The defense fell apart. They couldn't stop hanging on the offense. And our offense was non-existent. Took a beat today, saved us a quarter. Once those guys were not on, we could not move the football. No separation downfield. The Huskies were able to win it 31-20.
I think the quarterback's just better off just taking a sack. You have to be very careful if you're feeling pressure to throw the ball, just to throw the ball. If you feel like you're not going to be able to make the play and the defense got you, just give up on that play and get ready for the next down. It's 3rd and 14. Ball on the 21. He's a deep. Goes it in, he's going to score. Into the 10. So now the offense comes back out, hoping for the same success they had in their last drive. Well, it's one thing to have speed. It's another thing to have an idea of what you're doing and how to attack the defense. And right now, these wide receivers, particularly, have done an outstanding job in being able to make their reads and get their breaks and quarterback put the ball right up. From their own 31-yard line, it's 2nd down. Here's the deal.
Also, the quarterback was insane. Joe Fagnano was only missing the league pass. He was up to do his screen pass in there.
You know,
This is actually
you know what a team's chances of winning if they can get sure.
Why they were so much better than Kansas Salts from Colorado
First
is
down,
one
10
game
to go.
sample size
Ball on
of
the
26
48.
for 27. It's absolutely absurd. So we'll have to monitor that as we get deeper into the season. Hopefully it's just like a one game out of the ordinary. Keep sometimes. So then you got like here the top stories when they see some came from the training and was going to travel this year. As games that were separated win over LSU and a big tonight and as they get ready to actually face their in-state rivals at Miami next week. So Gators with a tough stretch. See if they can take advantage. And then Alabama goes down to Wisconsin. So a couple weeks ago, Alabama was out Miami, Ohio. You never need Alabama. This Thursday, speaks to the rivals at NC State. Then on Friday, Colorado, the Big 12 victory to open up conference play over Houston.
From the 27-yard line.
Arizona exceeds Kansas State the victory. Wildcats dealing with the loss of Avery Johnson, it looks like. Pittsburgh's backyard winners this year over West Virginia, and then Virginia Tech hangs 55 of Canadian. Memphis goes to the road against 16.
So the offense will keep possession. He can bring it silently this time, but he has to keep the ball off the ground. Second down and 7 coming up here. Ball on the 25.
Duke goes to Tulane and was 38-17. They're 3-0. Nice win over Illinois squad. Michigan hangs up 66 on Central Michigan. Utah State over Air Force 35-21. Notre Dame wins against Texas A&M 26-21. And Auburn dominates their in-state opponent in South Alabama 49-7. Moving next off Northwestern 35-10 to get back to the WinCon. UCLA over New Mexico 13. Wisconsin goes to Tuscaloosa wins 20-14. Trying to rewrite that shit. North Texas gets a win over Washington State 34-28. Texas beats UTEP 38-20. That's how close I expected that game to go. Texas still 18-6. Kentucky double figures for Michigan. Boston College a nice road victory over Stanford 36-14. Almost beats Arkansas 42-31. Teams begin conference play this week. Oklahoma goes to Philly at 7. Ohio State Oregon 10. You see Liberty on the road beat Bowling Green 38-20, and Iowa State dominate Arkansas State 42-3. Texas Tech was 49. Oregon State today. Louisiana goes to Columbia, Missouri, and beats the Tigers 46-20. What the heck happened in this one? Big win for the Raging Cajuns, who are 3-0. So coming out up to number 5 is Clemson dominates Georgia Tech over Alabama, 51 on them. Then SMU goes up 59 on Missouri State, who are also struggling. Duke dominates FBS. Navy loses 27-14. Illinois bounces back after losing to Duke a couple weeks ago, beat Western Michigan in a blowout victory. Georgia beats the Rebels 41-yard line. It's first down. 26. Miami wins a shootout against Utah 44-41. Good win there with the Cowboys.
Second and 11. Ball on the 40-yard line.
Wasn't that bad. 8-10. UCAS 20 Arizona State dominates Texas State. Just run 38-13. Here's your late on defense is D'Angelo Pons of Indiana with 3 picks. He'll get pick 6 in the victory. Jamori Macklin of Kentucky at 15 for 241 and 2 scores against the Eagles. Conference USA players maker Brendan Harrison of Tennessee and AJ Williams of Mexico State. Take a look at the top 25 rankings. Texas still sitting on top. Florida does pass Georgia with a big one against LSU. First place vote to their name. The Tigers and Alabama and Brady were your biggest scholars this week. And Arizona State, who didn't come from the playoff last year, is entering the top 25. There are big games a week ago. Miami is probably the biggest one. Number 18 Auburn will actually travel to face number 10 Oklahoma. Michigan at Nebraska and Illinois and Indiana as a lot of teams start conference play this week.
First down, 10 yards to go.
Ball on the
22-yard line.
Conference USK game in their school history that will hit on the road to face the Florida International Panthers to start the season. 2-1 in the game. Hopefully we can do a little bit better with the kids. I think Florida International is a better school than it is on the road. But I don't think they're as talented as defense. So I think the games will get a little easier, and hopefully we can play a complete game this week instead of showing up in the half. Because I'd like to see the Delaware team that we saw in the first half, not the Delaware team we saw in the second half today. So that'll be in the next episode. Thank you guys so much again for listening. The comment section below what you think of the Slider set. We've got a really good team over this, so we'll get some more games on the sample size. And then we will make some adjustments if needed. But if you like the Slider set, they are all going to be in the description, just like they were in the videos. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure you drop that like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Rob. And I'll see you next week.
And on touchdown. Powerful push from the line. Really nice run. Into the end zone almost every time. Here's the extra point that'll make it a two-score game. And he hits the PAT.
Future headline, your chaos team will get a predict today. It says, ask again later. Welcome to your show. Is Boston winning this week? Card says, vibes unclear. Is inflation going down or what? Buddy, I diversify emotionally.
They'll get the ball here to 13.
Go trade on calcium.
5 guys will be on the pattern as we're in the shotgun.
I just traded your weather prediction and made $164. You should change careers.
It's okay to move the ball in small portions because it relaxes the offense. It can open things up for the big play.
Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rob, and welcome back to another episode of the Delaware Dynasty here.
When he headed to the final quarter of play, Oregon streak is 9.
Indians will begin to play in their new conference, their very first Conference USA game in school history, as the Blue Indians sitting at 1-2 and road to face the 2-1 Florida International Panthers here at Pitbull Stadium. Yes, sponsored by the rapper Pitbull, so it's kind of cool. These two teams begin conference play today. The Panthers 2-1 to begin the season, coming off a win last week over the rivals Florida Atlantic, 35-30. So they're running pretty high. We are making a couple of changes before this game on defense specifically. Keanu Wright will get us starting at right edge this week, and then Khalil Ali, redshirt freshman, will get a chance to play out wide along the boundaries, trying to fix some things up on defense. And so we'll see how it works today. As we are underway here in game number 4, if you're excited for this one, make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. It will be the Panthers starting off with the football, led by the talented backfield of Keyshawn Owens, the senior halfback, and true junior quarterback Keon Jenkins, the lefty. We'll start off in the air. Jenkins will throw a quick catch for a game 5. One thing you'll notice is that Florida International does before you a lot. They'll push the pace. 2nd and 5, back to the air. Jenkins, another short pass. This one pockets to get on the first down. They'll continue to put the foot on the middle. Handoff Romans cuts back right side. He will be brought down. Nice tackle there. Second and 11. Jenkins in the air. He's got the air. He's turning it over, but they'll keep possession of the football.
Way to play heads up out there. That's just one more reason to play to the whistle.
35, handoff to Owens, who tries to bounce the ball back, and he does successfully. It's another first down run. It's going to get started for the Panthers. Now screen out to Owens. He'll be tracked down. Nice tackle. Number 8. 2nd and 10 now. Bring back to the line. Jenkins making some adjustments. It's going to be reversed here. It's a flip. And Russell Hick will be going backwards for play on the outside. Bounce 3rd and 13 for the Panthers. Jenkins to the air, looks short as a man is called with a shy marker. So the Panthers will kick 3. We'll see Delaware offense take the field for the first time today. Now 3-0. Led by quarterback Zach Marker. He's had a tough start to the season, to say at least. A little banged up.
He's taken down the 8-yard line.
Start 25 give to Saint St.
It's always a big blow to a defense to give up a long run like that. You'll see a lot of those guys hanging their head.
In our next episode, which is exciting. St. Louis will get the book today, including that first down. That will not count, as there will be a holding call against the offense against the guard, Joaquin Roman, on the left side. So now you're backed up second and 21.
First down, and they got their eyes on that goal line.
And you will get something. It's not a lot.
They spread the field in the gun with 5 wide receivers.
Marker's going to have to go again. This close to the left. As look down the field, this is incomplete. And we have one with the blue hands. We've seen the offense kind of stagnant sometimes the past couple weeks. It's not a good start. Especially when FIU is firing all cylinders and getting back into Delaware territory. First and 10 blitz picked up. Jenkins wants to run. He's going to pick up 5.
Great execution by the entire.
Second and 5 now. Owens, and he will get maybe 3. Now you have a 3rd and 2. You go back to Owens, and he won't get there. Gavin Hall leads the way with a host of blue pins in the backfield. So FIU will get 3 more. It's now 6
We'll take the final
The
time.
next drive for Delaware will start with a sack. Nobody blocks Dante Anderson, the Florida State transfer from the edge. Now it's 3rd and 19, and well, that one's incomplete. And
On their own 40-yard line.
off to a very slow
First
start.
down.
So how much you want to see, especially with the defense in the middle of the field, including another drive here. It's 1st and 10 for FIU. They're first Smith field after the screen for 6. We get back to the 2nd down. Back is about the receiver with
That ball right in his hands. He just dropped it.
So it's 2nd and 10.
On the board. This play big here on 1st down. Looks right side, and he had it open, but he missed here. It's a rare completion. You see this defense. Second team will get back to the screen, though. Once again, 8 this time. They got 3rd and short. And he's made it again, and it's a night that it's blocks. Way out to carry the fake transfer. This team is clear of transferring both offense and defense. There's Barry again, getting the touch pass. Or gain of 1. 2nd and 1 now. Jenkins spreading up the defense. Hands it to Owens. He's got a crease. And Owens will get inside the 10 down to 6. His defense is tiring out a little bit already. That's not good to see. We go back to Owens on goal to go, and he will find the end zone for a touchdown. Could have been the season already for Keyshawn Owens, but the Panthers will lead 13-0. Delaware looks like I need to show up to play today. Lead. Delaware does have a good ball here. We get a second here. 1st and 10 from the 26.
You know this is a real crucial time of the game. It's still go either way.
Second and 10. Marker back to the air. Looks right side. He's intercepted. Picked up by Jai Celeste, the Arizona transfer. And he's going to go down the sideline, make Marker miss. Or track down.
It's a short kick.
Miami native back to his hometown. He knew that route was coming from the second. He made his cut to the outside.
So if you're in the offense here, what's your mindset right now?
By the sack here. It's going to be a
They drove right down the field, so they know they can move.
You'll go down to 1D.
3rd and 17, rushing out the back. Jenkins goes to the air. There's some pressure. He's brought down again. I think Keyshawn Hunter's the lead one there. He's been our best pass rusher thus far. Fortunately for the Blue Hens, they will fight right back to FIU. This is now 13. I think still 11 to go in the second quarter. So nice for their completion. They hand off to Owens up the middle, and he will gain maybe 5. Now it's a 3rd and 1 for the Panthers. Back to Owens in the middle. They trust their back in order to get it done. 11 carries, 53 yards for him today. Now you're out to the 25. Touch pass on the outside. This was for Dawson, Jacksonville State transfer, who gets one.
As we finish up the broadcast, what do you have to say about how this game turned out? Oregon made the journey and finished it off with the national championship. It really couldn't have happened to a better bunch of kids in the classier school than this. They battled all year. Whenever it got tough, they came together and came out on top. Now they're on top of the polls, the world, everything. Congratulations to our national champion.
All FIU in the early stages of this one. So now here's Delaware the next drive. They're putting something together here, but you got to be able to finish it off. 1st and 10, heavy blitz outside from Brindell, but he
and for winning today's player of the game, EA Sports will make a $10,000 donation in his name to the school's General Scholarship Fund. For Alabama, a heartbreaking loss ends their quest for a perfect season.
Marker checks it down for his halfback St. Fleur, tries to go airborne, but gets destroyed by Keegan Davis. Fourth down, Delaware's going to go for it. He might as well early on in this game. His Marker to the air, rolls to his right. He's got a touchdown.
Football 13. Former partners Reese Davis in the studio. Third Street in the booth there, and Andrews on the sideline. I'm Brad Hesper saying, see you next time.
Outside throw, Thal will make the grab. He's been busy today. You see, look at the numbers for both quarterbacks. Jenkins has well outplayed Marker today. 2nd and 7. Marker under some pressure. He's got his man, though. It's all again on the crossing pattern, and it's going to go here. Now for the Blue Hens. 13 for 21, 88 yards for Marker today. We'll see what they can do in the red zone as that one's caught by Britell, and it's a touchdown for the Blue Hens. The first passing touchdown of the season for Zach Marker will go to the tight end, Jake Britell. I thought that was going to be deflected down by Demetrius Hill. Somehow it ends up in the hands of the tight end, and it's down 20-7. Delaware's on the board. Next drive here for the Panthers. They're about midfield. Run on the right side. Breaking a tackle as well down to the 20. FIU looks to answer right back. 1st and 10 now off tackle for Owens up the middle. He'll gain 7. Makes it 2nd and 3. They hurry back. Going to be a play fake. Wants the screen. There's nothing there. So Jenkins will out of bounds, and it'll be another 3rd down. See if the Blue Hens can force another field goal here. Punch to the right. Touchdown. Dallas made even he transferred for his 3rd of the season. Florida International will get the touchdown right back, and that'll take us to the halftime update. The Panthers lead this one 27-7. Delaware having a hard time stopping the Panther offense. The fast-paced nature is putting Blue Hens defense on the back foot. They got to do something here as they've been getting slaughtered at all levels. The offense has got to put a little bit more effort into it as you're down by 20 points. Your first Conference USA game. We'll see what we can do with it. As Delaware will start on the second half of the football. Obviously, Zach Marker hasn't been very good. You just got to wonder how much is it worth pushing him through whatever injury he's dealing with, especially when you have Blake Brown as the backup who has a little bit of playing time this year. Will be Marker to start off the game, and he will actually tuck it here on 1st down as he runs for a 5, I should say, to start the second half. 6 carries, 15 yards on the ground for the senior quarterback. Is now going to hand it off here for Oliver Red, getting a little bit of playing time as he stays in here on 3rd down. 3rd and 4. Marker looks to the left side. He is Sessions. That's going to be a 3-and-out for the Blue Hen offense. They're putting more strain on this defense. The Panthers will start to run for a gain of 9. Keyshawn Owens is hurt on the field. That's not good if you're a Panthers fan. He's your best offensive player. 2nd and 1. We'll see a lot more of this man, Anthony Carey now. True sophomore Georgia Tech transfer. He gets his first carry in the afternoon. His 1st down now as it gets to Carey again. He's quickly brought down. Not sure who gets the credit for that tackle. They're going to give it to Marjay Malou, back up linebacker. He kind of ran into his own lineman. 2nd and 11. Nice strike here. It's a clock short on Marker, but it looks like it'll be coming back. There's a holding call against the center, Najee Sefton, the true sophomore. This play will not count. So it'll be 2nd and 21. The defense getting all the help they can get. This one's short for Perry, and we'll gain 5. And now you got a 3rd and 16. Definitely can't let them convert here. This is going to be a RPO above the screen out wide, and that'll be short of course, by about 10 yards. So Delaware's defense will get off the field. The offense put something together here, though. It's an early 3rd down. Marker looking short for Sessions, and he won't get it. So it will be a 3-and-out for the Blue Hens. Now he goes back to the defense. You can see them feel like they're like almost the whole game. 1st and 10. It's a sack. That's a fumble. Picked up by Matthews, and that's going to be a scoop and score. The defense comes up clutch. The Matthews connection. Noah Matthews forces the fumble. Blake Matthews will scoop it up to score the touchdown. It's 27-14 all of a sudden. This is now a 13-point game. As the FIU offense will have to jump right back on the field. They face a 3rd and 1 here. They don't get the first. Stopped on the outside by Keontae Jenkins. Now with the momentum switching a little bit. Our offense will take the field 1st and 10. The FIU 45, but as Marker tries to run, it just doesn't have the speed. Something's bothering him. 3rd and 2. It's a keeper for Marker, and he will not get there. It's 2 yards shy, but again, the offense will stay on the field. Converted 1 4th down today. Brown goes onto the air now. Marker actually had to come out of the game with an injury. It'll be Blake Brown the rest of the way as he converts there on fourth down. Tough play to have to come in for the first time today. Does convert the first down, though. Now 1st and 10 for Red, who has a lot of running room. And Delaware's inside the red zone. Blake Brown 2 for 2, 26 yards. He looks fresh today. Next play, short crossing pattern. This is McConnell, we haven't seen a lot of this year. A lot of reserve guys getting some playing times. It's now 2nd and 4. From the 5-yard line, essentially a goal to go trip. It's a quick pass. It's caught by Riddell. It's a touchdown. And Delaware's right back in this one. 27-21. Blake Brown has come into this game, and he looks like a fresh man. 27-21 going into the fourth quarter. FIU once led this one 27-7 and 20-0. The Delaware's making it a game late. FIU, though, does have the football. Little to go here as we begin the fourth quarter. But you don't see Delaware not give up on this game. Just needs something to stop here. This is 1st and 10 from the 16. It's actually the red zone. Sorry, I said goal to go. There's a run loss of 1. Perry is brought down. Now 3rd and 6. Jenkins in the air faces some pressure, throws it, and that will not be a first down. Stopped a yard shy, and FIU is actually going to go for it. Interesting call here. They don't want the points. They want it, and they will not get it out of FIU with the hit, save with the finish, and that's going to be a turnover on downs. FIU gets a little aggressive, it doesn't work out. Now Delaware has a chance to potentially take a lead. Brown runs it free. Now 3rd and 4 with 11 minutes to go. It's a blitz from FIU, and Brown is hit as he throws. He puts the football on the ground. And it's picked up by FIU. Just too many blitzers to pick up. We've seen that be a struggle for this offense from Delaware. They're not very good against the blitz. Something they got to work on the bye week next week. FIU, though, is 3rd down here, 3rd and 4, and they will get it. As Rascal Bent, the senior, just gets enough to revert. Now Jenkins is at the 300-yard mark. 9 minutes to go in this game. First down throw is caught short. So that'll be a gain of 6 before that one's more. 2nd and 4, Jenkins throws short. This one's caught. There's a flag down, though. It will be a holding call against the offense. This time with this lineman, it's the left tackle, Julius Pierce, Middle Tennessee transfer. Going back at FIU. So 2nd and 14 instead now. Jenkins with it. Will take the snap. And he's looking as a man in space, and he's going to be sacked down. That's a big one. It almost knocks FIU out of field goal range. That one's going to be a full down. They will punt, so they don't try it. Goes back to the Delaware offense. They face a 3rd down here, 3rd and 6. Wide open is Oliver Red, and he's got running room. He's out to the 30. And it's only 1:53 to go. This is a 2-minute drill, but Delaware's off to a good start. To the 30-yard line of the Panthers. Brown to throw again. Looks short. Has Sessoms, who bounces off a tackle. And he gets out of bounds for a gain of 6. That'll stop the clock. The 23 of FIU. Need a touchdown here. Redmond moves to the left. Takes the carry. Cuts it back. Picks up a first down. Red's been a very good change of pace back. 11 for 65 today. He's staying in. Good with the hot hand, but he runs right into a unblocked defender. That's Johnny Cheney. They go around transfer for a loss of 1. 1:10 left to go. FIU the blitz. Wide open on the outside is Paul. And Jake Paul will find the end zone for a touchdown. And Delaware has the lead. What a comeback for the Blue Hens, led by Blake Brown at quarterback, who's come in fresh. It's 28-27 Blue Hens. But they got a hold on defense. There is a mid-6. And FIU has the football as this one's thrown short. It's caught, and there's a timeout on the field. It's actually by Delaware, as Keyshawn Hunter can't come off the field. So we give them a free stopping of the clock. 2nd and 5. Now a run, a carry, pick up the first down at FIU. Will burn their first time out. Less than a minute to go. They only need a field goal. Jenkins looks short, has his man. It's going to be a gain of 5, and he steps out of bounds. 53 seconds. The target line is the 33. We'll see if FIU can get there. It's 2nd and 5. Jenkins makes a man miss, and he's out close to midfield. He'll burn his 2nd timeout. This one's starting to get a little scary. Spread look here on first down. Jenkins to the air. Looking, only a 3-man rush as he rolls to his right. Fires that one almost intercepted. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10 now. 41 seconds left to go. Looking short, caught on the slant, a little bit of catch and run, first down. He's to the 38. FIU is getting closer and closer, but they have no timeouts left. First down, bubble screen out wide. This one's called. They're at the 30. They're in field goal range. They have no timeouts, though, as they will spike the ball over 22 seconds, and there's a big 3rd down. You got to get them a down and say misses the tackle, and now they're out to the 15. They have no timeouts, but FIU will hurry back to the line as it is momentarily stopped. Clock is restarted, and they will spike the ball to 12 seconds. They'll bring out the field goal units. It's going to be up to the kicker, Robert Zermichka, who's 1 for 1 on the season. Only kicked one field goal that was good. Now he's going to try to do it here. From the left hash kick is up, and it is good. And FIU has the lead once more, 30-27. Delaware, with 5 seconds, has to try something. It's going to have to be a miracle. Brown will throw forward to the air. His throw is incomplete. There's still about 2 seconds left. This will be the last play of the game. Everybody will go deep for Delaware. Brown takes a snap. Will he have enough time to throw? And he does. Lobs to left side, and this one's incomplete. And that will be your ball game. A Florida International Day. They'll win this one by a final score of 30-28. In a game that was a lot closer than what it looked like it would be at the beginning of it. Keon Jenkins is your player of the game. That's a tough loss for Delaware, man, especially after the first 2 quarters. I thought this was going to be a blowout. We were not looking good. But you got to come in to fight this team. Down 20-0, 27-7 at the half. Now the backup quarterback comes in and plays absolutely great. And we actually had the lead with less than 2 minutes to go, but we could not hold on. Which brings up the question, who's going to be the quarterback for this team going forward? Zach Martin is the experienced man. He's dealing with some injuries, and Blake Krause proven he can be capable of being a starter. We simulate the week, and we get our first recruit commit in the series. This one-star halfback John Aviles from Ramsey, New Jersey. I won't touch on him too much in this episode because I did plan on the next one being a recruiting episode where I'll let you know all that stuff while going down. Here's your top stories coming out of week number 4. The Magnolia Bowl this week. Number 10 LSU, number 8 Ole Miss. Big game in the SEC. Gamecocks go down to Missouri. Number 5 South Carolina is lost to the 7 for 84 and 2 touchdowns to help the upset. Florida beats Miami in overtime. That's back-to-back huge wins for the Gators as they sit firmly at number 3. In the big game this week, Alabama and Georgia. Georgia week 4 scores starting off on Friday in the Turnpike. Oklahoma State is victorious this year, and also in Big Ten, Iowa beat Rutgers. A lot of teams are going to start conference play this week. Virginia's playing their second as well as Stanford. And you have 45-21. Houston, Texas will be expected against a lower score team, 52-7. Western Kentucky will beat Nevada. Nebraska gets a win over Michigan. Wolverines 2-2 to begin the season. While Nebraska gets a statement win, they're 4-0 with number 19. Vanderbilt goes down home to Georgia State, so it's not a good one for the Commodores who are off to a good start. UTSA puts up 61 over Colorado State in the game that had over 100 points scored. Louisville beats Bowling Green 34-10. Arkansas takes care of
Such a date. I think I saw it yesterday or Thursday. Or something. Alright. I said, this time I told you. Shoot that. Shoot that. We've been talking since Robinson, bro. We've been talking since State of Robinson. South State of yeah. I'm trying to do things out there. Take the peace, happiness, mind. They're the three things. And get prepared to go to an appointment where your mama at, Wednesday. I'm talking about it. They came back, they were trying to fix his deal too. They came back, they gave me a scale, and they gave me that, which I really checked the numbers too. Yeah, they work with my doctor too. I told them the situation we trying to get back from. Going back and forth with them. So they said, yeah, that's outrageous. See, I got the dermatology and radiation up there, Birmingham. I got the other patients up there too. And see, Montgomery, they referred me to this meticulous dermatologist up there with your mom at. This is a change to premier dermatologist. Well, that's my thing. That's my thing. Yeah, we better talk about all day. Because I'm talking about the same thing. Keep the shit on down. She paid that light on her home. I paid everything in my name. Listen there. Just give her the legs to you, with legs to you, don't give her no more damn money. Grab your place and get the fuck out. Right. Oh yeah, I've been doing this shit. I've been doing this shit. She just lived with her mom. 36. Receive the next one. Yeah. This been the same thing since happening. It's the same thing. The same thing I went through. Yeah. It's the same thing happening in the same thing. Because I'm waking up from all right, cool. All right, cool. Yeah. Alabama game, when they beat Oklahoma next Friday, well, since Alabama's supposed to go to the Pro Bowl, I told her I have not been since she got proposed to her at Pasadena at the Pro Bowl. Yes. Yes. I want to see. I told her I want to see what California is like with my own eyes. Because I know I told her my grandma used to travel to California through other states. You know, a lifetime. She told me that before she passed away, learn how to travel states just because I'm in the job. I'm in some other states of the world and stuff. Yeah, because she would have given me a new iPhone for Christmas. She would have given me a place to find new shoes, and some bags, and an outfit. This is a bride. And I told her we give her something. Give her something. I already got her other birthday present, and it's a custom made shirt. Man, though we got one, it's a light representing our everything. Yeah, I got that locked down in the trunk. I swear. Yes. I ain't girl. Yes. Yes. Oh, she go by baby. Yes. 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 Everyone wants to we've been talking since 2023. We made an arrangement. Christmas Eve. Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. More than that. Because I got the other one saved on my other TCL, but the battery done broke. Yes. Yeah, because she was the person that she liked to catch a flight. She liked to catch a flight. Her niece, nephew. Yeah. He took me a long thought about that. Throughout my travel. I had an ex, and let me tell you, I had an ex from Dallas, Texas. I had an ex from Dallas, Texas once told me about the marriage when I was about 18, 19. And I'm like, something white. I told her I had to think about this. Think about that. Boy. Hold on. You said my picture. She's like, man, she was doing a cigarette section. You know the Christian side. She gets cigarette section. I used to have a mohawk when I was up there in Georgia a while back, but I had to have it shaved and all that. My beard grew bitter. Well, at least my wear LinkedIn just like his. Time to change my life around. You tell so dead and you live for what can I really say? You're too hard to get out. I have a classmate told me the same thing too, but he living in South Dakota. So she said she lived it. Yeah, we still.
13. USC begins with a nice victory over Michigan State, 28-13. They're 2-0 in Big Ten play. Ole Miss 49-31. And here's the upset by -20 over the South Carolina Gamecocks. Purdue 59-10. North Texas with a close one over Army 20-17. Florida State takes care of Kent State 42-20. UNLV will beat Miami, Ohio. So after the Red Hawks beat Wisconsin, they now lost 2 straight. Louisiana Monroe beats UTEP 23-15. We see Boise State with a close one over Air Force to begin their final season of Mountain West play. Oklahoma takes care of Auburn. The Sooners have looked really, really good. I think they're ranked a little lower than they should be. All I know is the Red River rivalry is going to be a huge game this year. Tennessee takes care of UAB 59-20. Clemson also puts up 50, 52-21 over Syracuse. Oregon State beats Oregon this year 23-21. Upset in Eugene. The Ducks go down. They're like 2-2. It's been a rocky start for Oregon again this season. Mississippi State beats Illinois 36-28. Duke beats State 17-6. Well, Liberty takes care of James Madison 31-28. Baylor wins a shootout against Arizona State 52-42. While Buffalo will knock off Troy 34-30. TCU wins the Battle of the States. Texas schools wins the frying pan. Looks like 35-31. Obviously, I know it's not the frying pan. It's just being funny. UCF wins a close one against North Carolina. Colorado takes care of Wyoming. BYU is number 6 now. They're 3-0 as they go on the road to beat East Carolina. Toledo wins a MAC game against Western Michigan, while Georgia Tech takes care of 24. Maryland beats Wisconsin 34-31. It's an up and down season for the Badgers. They have some quality wins, but they also have some bad losses. Maryland's 4-0 this year. Louisiana beats Eastern Michigan 45-14. I would look out for the Raging Cajuns as a Group 5 team this year. West Virginia starts all Big 12 play with win over Kansas, but Illinois was a close one against Indiana 25-24. College game day game of the weekend was a good one, 35-32. Solid overtime. Utah beats Texas Tech in the Big 12, 35-24. While Washington State wins the Apple Cup this year. I got the Big Ten teams going down to the Pac-2 this week. Cal beats San Diego State convincingly, and then UConn dominates Ball State. The players play John House of our conference in Middle Tennessee had 2 interceptions in the win against Marshall. CJ Baxter of Texas had 5 total touchdowns for the Longhorns. As far as your conference USA, Katie Hutchinson has had a really good season for the team. Here's looking at top 25, not too much movement. Number 5, it does go down this week. That's going to be Waller in South Carolina. They have 5-15 are lost to Missouri, Nebraska, Tennessee, Iowa. All joined at the top 25 this week. As far as your big games here in week number 5, we know it's the Magnolia Bowl. We know it's Alabama, Georgia, big week for the SEC. Big Ten's also got a couple of big games. Number 2, Penn State will play host to a number 25 Oregon team. It's off to a rocky start. But Illinois, fresh off the victory against Indiana, play host to number 17 USC. As far as the Blue Hens, we have our first bye week of the season, and I think this episode is take our first look at recruiting. I'm going to introduce to you guys how it's going to work this year. I got a couple of house rules that I'm kind of excited to really try out this year. Trying to make building up a lower school team that much more realistic and that much more challenging. So I can't wait to introduce that all in the next episode as well as we're actually targeting this year for recruiting. If you enjoyed, make sure you drop that like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty content. This is Mr. Rob. I'll see you in the next one.
What is all this pickleball talk and how do I get started? Stop scrolling. Here's the easiest and simplest way to get engaged. Go to Costco.com, search Selkirk SLK Prime Max Bundle, and grab yours before it's gone. I assure you it is pickleball. Selkirk is known for top-tier quality and customer service, which is why I've been a part of Team Selkirk for over 2 years now. So let's keep it simple and easy, straight up on rules, right? So no more overthinking, just grab the SLK Prime Max Bundle online at Costco.com. It's affordable, high quality, and the perfect beginner set. It comes with 2 paddles and my favorite Pro S1 pickleball, so you can start playing right away. So let's get you on the court and play your best game ever.
Realtor.com is the only real estate professionals choice. So move on.
you choose from because when you can do you win. And real-view maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ranges on every home listing. Don't all I'm scared. Not really. Trust the #1 real estate professionals trust. Download the realtor.com app today. Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rao. Welcome back to another episode of the Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty here on EA Sports College Football 26. And today, Delaware has reached their first bye week of the season, so I thought this would be a good time to take our first look at recruiting, meet the guys that we're going to be after, go over the rules that I will be using for recruiting this year to make it a much more difficult challenge as a four-star school. So if you're excited for this one, make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty content. And I want to touch back on that. The rules of recruiting this year, there's going to be some house rules. Because last year with the Gamecocks Dynasty, I really didn't have many house rules, and I feel like it was a little easy to recruit. And I feel like the same can be said this year. If I go into the recruiting tab and look at the people interested in my school, there is a handful of three-star players who want to come to Delaware now. I would love to take some three-star players, but to be realistic, there's not going to be 3 stars flocking to come play for the Delaware Blue Hens. One of 3 needs. So I kind of put some rules in place. I found a good set of rules that I would put in the description of my videos. Now I use Matt 10's sliders for gameplay sliders, but if you go into Operation Sports, Armor and Sword has a really good set of sliders that he uses for XP, wear and tear, recruiting, house rules. So that's what we're going to be using in this series as well. So we're using 2 sets of sliders, kind of blended two. One also has gameplay sliders for varsity players. So if you're interested in that as well, use those. But I will stick to the gameplay of Mac 10s and the recruiting and wear and tear. So with that being said, let me show you actually his sliders real quick. As we'll start with the league setting sliders. Like I said, the gameplay sliders are the same as they were previously. The only difference I did make is I did update his wear and tear. I think it's a little bit more balanced across the board. Matt 10's wear and tear are very extreme. I feel like in the UConn game, I kind of saw where I can kind of be an outsider. Basically, my entire offense was like anemic in the second half. We lost that game. So I thought these would be a little more balanced. I'll try these out for the next couple of weeks. And the other thing that Armor does, he jacks up the max transfers to 30. So there'll be a lot of movement. That's how it is in real life. So I'm actually okay with that as well. But if we go to XP sliders, there is a little bit of change here as well. Not much though, because these classes will be in our Madden NFL 26 series. So I'm going to juice up these college players that have to be like OP coming out of the draft into the NFL. But there are some movements you can see as you go through there. Nobody's within more than 5. Again, you can find all of those on his board on Operation Sports. And then the last thing is the recruiting rules. So we'll go into recruiting first. And we have 18 players on our board. We're going to go through all 18 of these guys here today. But the big thing that has to do with these recruiting rules is where your school is currently. As you can see, Delaware is a 1-star program. That's a 1-star program ranked number 109. Last place, we shouldn't be getting a ton of top-level talents. We are not the best team in the country, and people aren't going to be wanting to come here. So I'll quickly go through the rules in terms of recruiting. As a 1-star school, 1, 2, 3, 5, is what I was trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your school, and a lot of that's going to also come down to your pipeline stage, which I think is really cool. Now, your pipelines this year are a lot more of an impact, than we've used in College Football 25. Honestly, in my Gamecocks Dynasty, I had no idea who our pipeline states were. I was just recruiting based on who wanted to come here. But in this series, that's going to have a lot more of an impact because I'm going to go through and you can read all of this on this one. As a 1 to 1.5 star school, you can only recruit up to 3-star players in your top tier pipeline states. Those are your purples and your blues. So you really want to establish those pipelines. And right now, Delaware does not have a purple or blue level pipeline state. So we can't scout 3-star players in terms of those kinds. So that's going to really limit the amount of players that we get. Now, you can also get 3-star players in your home state. So if you are in Delaware, it would make sense that a guy from the state of Delaware wants to come here, we can give that opportunity as well. So if they're from Delaware, regardless if they're a purple or blue, or they only have to be like a bronze or a silver or a gold, if they're a 3-star, they want to come here, you can recruit those as well. Now, Delaware is not a big state, so that's going to also kind of play hindrance as well. And you can choose in pipeline state of your coach. I chose Delaware as a pipeline state, so I kind of hindered that progress nonetheless. So that really puts a whole moving recruit. We can recruit 5 stars, we can recruit 4 stars. We would only recruit 3-star players in our top pipeline states or in the state of Delaware. The rest of the time, you can only recruit players that are 1-star above your program. So we can't recruit 2 stars regardless of your pipeline. So, if they are not in, let's say, we're recruiting 2-star out in California, that is possible. Now, the only downside to that is, yes, you can get that 2-star, but that doesn't reinforce your pipeline states. You can really use those 1 and 2-star schools to build up the pipeline state, so that if a 3-star player wants to come here, they have the option of doing so. Now, with that being said, you can't just recruit every 1 or 2-star player wherever you want. Another big thing, and I did follow this in my Gamecocks dynasty, is you can only recruit off of your recommended page. So, and they have to be interested in your school to begin with in the top 10 when the season starts. So they can't just come here like, oh, this 2-star from Georgia, was really cool. I want to establish it from Georgia. Let's recruit him. He doesn't have interest in your program, so we cannot recruit him. It can only be in your top 10 interest at the beginning. So that puts a little bit of a damper on there. It really makes it better. That's how the CPU recruits in this game. And I think that's a good way to keep it so as there are some boundaries. So we can't just recruit players. So we're getting some recognition in terms of new players. It's awesome. Now, in terms of who is our pipeline currently, you can see kind of here, New Jersey has a bronze level pipeline. Connecticut does as well. New York is a bronze level pipeline. I think those are the 3 that are currently in pipeline states. Now, as you can see, none of those go over a bronze. So we got to do a good job of recruiting in those states we wanted to build up. And there's no Delaware here as well. So we don't really have a pipeline in Delaware. Now, it is our home state, so it doesn't matter fully. But just something to kind of take note as we try to build up this program. So that's the recruiting rules for this series. Now, also, I think, yes, actually, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. So now that we have the recruiting rules set down, now let's go to the recruiting board. There are 18 players who have met this criteria, so it's not going to be a big class if we go after these guys. The top guy on our board is defensive tackle Dalton Doxton from Smyrna High School in Smyrna, Delaware. He's a 3-star guy from our home state, so we can go after him. We're putting him at the top of our board. Now you can see right now, luckily for us, there's not a lot of big schools that are interested in Dalton Doxton. James Madison's on for a scholarship as well as East Carolina. Currently, we are in the lead for the 6'1", 279 pound rushing guard from the home state. Here's a look at his ratings. 86 speed stands out pretty good. He's got decent power move, 78, 68 block shedding, 65 finesse. Got some intangibles as well. Got some more abilities. So that is why Dalton Doxton is at the very top of our recruiting. Up next, the other 3-star, we're going after 2 3-stars, is Larry Gash from Vineland High School in Vineland, New Jersey. And he is a 3-star, but as you can see, we only have the bronze level for Larry Gash. That opens it up to the other, there's one other exception. You can go after 1 player from a pipeline state per season that is not maybe in the. So what that means is, like, I've used Larry Gash as one guy that we can go after. He's a 3-star that doesn't meet the other criteria. So Dalton Dotson is, Delaware, so we don't have to worry about him. He is the only 1 3-star per season that we can go after that's not a pipeline state. This year we're using it on Larry Gash. Now, he isn't a pipeline state, but New Jersey's not gold or purple, or blue or purple, excuse me. I know the rules get very fuzzy. I know it's a lot. Again, there is a forum that I'm going to put in the description below that has all of this stuff written down. I would recommend, you need to refresh it back. But wide receiver Larry Gash, he is a contested specialist, 6'3", 201. Right now doesn't have much of a sort of following, so hopefully we can get this done relatively soon. Now, if we go over to scouting, another thing you'll notice is that he is not fully scouted. We have 40% scouting on Larry Gash. Right now, all we know is his catch in this game, which is really good. And we also can see the bars, spec catch, medium route catch, and traffic looks good. But we don't know for sure what the rating is. And that brings me to my final house rule for this recruiting. The scouting is very easy just to go through scouting and just hit stuff, ding, 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 oh, he's a gem, oh, ding, 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 he's a bust. And then just kind of recruit based on that. This eliminates being able to find gems really easily and not really knowing your full players until they step into the program. Because if I'm looking for a wide receiver and I find a 3-star who's a gem, and I have a 4-star on my board, I'm not really going to go after the 4-star as much because I know that I have the 3-star already committed who is a gem. In real life, I mean, you're going to prioritize the 4-star over 3-stars. That's usually how it is. So this helps to also kind of make it a little bit of a surprise of who you get until you actually had them commit to the program. We have one player committed to the program so far that we didn't fully scout. So now that he's committed, we will be able to fully scout him. But he only has 40% scouting, and that's because he is in a bronze pipeline. If they're in a bronze pipeline state, you can scout them up to 40%. And if they are a purple or blue, you can fully scout them before you make them commit to the program. And if they're gold and silver, you can do 80%. So again, there's levels to this pipeline kind of stuff. So since Gash is a bronze pipeline, we've recruited him up to 40%, and this is what we know so far. And Larry Gash looks like a pretty good player, which is why we're putting 50 points into it. So now that's all the house rules out of the way, let's go ahead and go through the rest of the players and kind of talk about them. Now we go into the 2-star, start off with right tackle Malik Snowden from North Brunswick Township High School in New Jersey. Right now it's a 2-team race. Let's see currently battling out Snowden and beginnings of the Brunswick pipeline. So we have 30% of his scouting done. And it looks like he's a pretty solid 2-star, I have to say. The awareness looks a little low, the acceleration is not very good, but those bars make it look pretty good. And we know that he has a full level mental trait. So trying to stay in this battle, going a lot of points in on this now. 2-star center Raphael Favich from Valley Forge Military Academy and College, a JUCO school out in Pennsylvania, is a guy we're taking a look at. As a smaller school, I think JUCO guys usually are a little bit more established when they have the luck. So this team had a lot of turnover after this year, the seniors and stuff. I have no problem trying to go after a couple of juniors or JUCOs who can kind of fill in some gaps real quickly. Now, Raphael Faber is from Pennsylvania, so he's not in the pipeline state. So we don't know anything about him. So that's the one scary part. You don't know any of his attributes, which is another reason why pipeline states are so comparative. Because there's nothing that we have with this guy except that he's a 2-star JUCO commit who's agile, 6'4", 280. On the defensive side of the ball, the middle linebacker Kai Peely is up next. A Cutler from Extended Area Senior High School in Extended, Pennsylvania. We're also the only guy going after him currently. Again, 6'2", 216. That's all we know about him. He's not in the pipeline state, so we don't know he is scouting. Up next, another 2-star is a punter. Yes, we're going after special teams players. We're going after who's interested in the school. If a special teams guy is interested in the school, we're going to go after him. So Kevin Hare is up next. He's from Cheshire, Connecticut, which is a pipeline state. So if you know a little bit, he's got 81 kick accuracy, which is pretty good. I'll take that for a punter. Kicker. Yes, a kicker. Eric Casillas, a 2-star from Rhoda, Virginia, currently attending Patrick Henley High School. He is a power kicker, and he's not in pipeline state, so there's real much about him. Lastly, the 2-stars is another punter. Yes, we're going after 2 punters. Rayshawn Sanders from Philly, attending Frankfort High School out there. He's a power punter, 6'96", and pretty good guy. And the rest of the way, the back half of the recruiting board will be some 1-star guys who are interested in the school. Starting off with wide receiver Tyquan Kennedy from Princeton High School out there in Princeton, New Jersey. In the shadows of the Ivy League school, Kennedy is a very smart player. Attending Princeton High School is no joke. He's a gadget player as well, 5'8", 190, so I'm intrigued to see what he looks like. And here's the scouting that we have on him currently, 82 acceleration. Looks like he's got really good short route running, which is good. We need some players in offense because the wide receivers are having a hard time getting open, as it seems. Tyquan Kennedy is the top 1-star that we're going after. On the defensive side of the ball, Leonard Tuttle up next, the edge rusher from Colonial Heights High School in Colonial Heights, Virginia, 6'3", 217 speed rusher. One thing you'll notice with Tuttle is that he's not a Ohio State, but he's fully scouted. So the reason why, just like how you get one exception with one 3-star, you can go after another pipeline. You can fully scout one non-pipeline guy at the beginning of the season. That kind of uses like your summer camp, that your summer camp. And we picked Leonard Tuttle because he is a speed rusher, and I wanted to get some pass rush on his team. So I wanted to see how good he was. So we used him on Tuttle. And, I mean, he's a 1-star, so not going to be very good. 61 finesse. He's got 73 strength, 40 awareness. Doesn't seem like the best player, honestly. So we didn't really use our full 100% scouting on a gem. So that's a little unfortunate, but, he wants to come here. We only have 18 players available on the board, so we're going to have to go after another team. Up next is the quarterback, Nathan Armstrong from Woodbridge High School in Bridgeville, Delaware. 5'10", 186. He's a pure runner, which is very interesting because Zach Barker is a senior, so he holds the quarterback room. Since he is from the state of Delaware, one of only 2 players, him and Dalton Dotson, that are from the state, we can fully scout him. And here's what he looks like. 77 power is really low. He has terrible accuracy. He's not very good speed. Not going to be a game-breaking player at the quarterback position. Up next on the offensive line is Dennis Zamatis from Pelham Memorial High School in the Bronx, going after a guy from the Bronx in New York. 6'3", 306, a big body guy. So looking for a guy who's got a lot of strength. I don't see a strength rating currently on the board, but I'm expecting that big body frame. It's got to be to move at least somebody. Then back to the backfield, halfback Ty Bayer from Lord Towards High School in Danville, Virginia. A very small guy, 5'7", 177, and at least a bruiser, though, which is interesting. I would not consider a 5'7", 177-pound back a bruiser. But nonetheless, that's where he finds himself. Don't know anything on his scouting, but he is close to committing to the program, so we should be able to figure out what he looks like soon. Up next on the wide receiver from Noah Whitaker from Highland Springs High School in Highland Springs, Virginia, the only guy. And he's 6'2", 186, contested specialist. There are guys can't go, but I at least want some guys that can catch the football consistently, so that's why Noah Whitaker has some interest there. And then we got Hugh Huffman up next, the edge rusher from Salem High School in Virginia, 6'1", 241, can set the edge, it looks like. The only guy going after him as well. And we have Chad Eaton in the secondary, a safety from AC Reynolds High School in Asheville, North Carolina, which, ironically enough, is the alma mater of Ben Johnson in the NFL. So just something kind of interesting. This is a small guy, 5'9", 199. You're not going to get a lot of big dudes at these small middle schools. He's a hybrid safety, which intrigues me. I want guys who can kind of fill different spots as a small little program. If you have a skill set, we'll find you on the field. And if you're flexible, that makes your job even easier. And then finally, the other guy on the recruiting board is wide receiver Alex Benshaw from Roseville High School in Phillipsburg, North Carolina. A physical route runner, 6'4", 185, big body guy, slim, hopefully can get a line scrimmage. So that's the 17 guys we're going after. Let me know in the comment section what you think of the board. Who is the guy that catches your eye? But we do have one player who in the last episode did commit. That is halfback John Aviles from Ramsey High School out in New Jersey. 6'1", 173, and north to south blocker, which is an interesting skill set. And we do meet his deal breaker. Hey, equals a D- coach prestige. We're at a D- coach prestige. So come on, John Aviles. Now he is in a pipeline, so we do have him 40% scouted. And the only thing to know is he cannot catch the football. So it's either one level got a guy. But he is committed, so we will go ahead and we will fully scout. Actually, we'll not fully scout. Sorry, I forgot. So we can't even do that. So there goes that little house rule. You can't scout a guy once they commit, so we will not know John Aviles' skill set until the next year. So they have 30 points that I can put back into the board. But again, it just makes it that mystery, and I kind of like that. You shouldn't know the skills of every single one of your players before you even get them into the program. So we'll see next year what these freshmen looks like. That is our recruiting board. Again, let me know in the comment section what you think. What do you think of the house rules and all that stuff? It's really going to make recruiting this year difficult. That's kind of what I was going after. This shouldn't be an easy rebuild. This should be a grind. And well, it's going to be with the Delaware Now, it is a bye week, so we will go ahead and simulate the week and see what happens for next game.
So we simulate the week, we actually get 2 more guys to commit. Halfback Ty Bayer is coming into the program, so we have ourselves a pair of halfbacks in the recruiting cycle. And then we get 1 more, our first guy on the defensive side. It is Hugh Hoffman. He is from the state of Virginia. So now we're up to 3 recruits on the season. As far as the top stories in our bye week, the Magnolia Blowboys will play Old Miss in the biggest game of the week. The Rebels beat the Tigers 41-20. Jeremiah Love had a great performance this week for Notre Dame. He is running back number 1 on the draft board right now. This versus USC beats Illinois 27-12 in the top 25 showdown. I mean, the week is for Cooper Jr. putting on a big performance to the Hoosiers. Here your sports for week number 5 in the American on Thursday. Army beats Carolina 22-21. On Friday, Florida State with a touchdown victory over Virginia. On the Big 12, Arizona State beats TCU 45-34. Getting to the Saturday games, Penn State wins against Oregon in a shootout. The Ducks 2-3. Not sure what's going on in Eugene this season. Memphis beats Florida Atlantic in the American to get their conference play. And then Vanderbilt over Utah State 41-17. Shootout in Morgantown, the Utah wins 45-42. On Missouri, bounces with a nice victory over UMass 31-21. Auburn goes into Texas A&M, wins 37-20. There on the MAC, Toledo puts up 51 on Akron, start off 2. North Texas beats South Alabama this week 26-17. Marshall is Louisiana, their first loss. The Raging Cajuns are the best group of 5 team right now. And they lose their first conference game of the season. College game day was in Oxford and was again the Rebels who were victorious. UCLA goes to Northwestern and wins 28-17. Colorado Star wins. Washington State beat Colorado State 48-23. Georgia Tech wins by points in Winston-Salem 21-20. Colorado JMU will beat Georgia Southern so play 28. We saw the USC score earlier. Kansas in the Big 12 beats Cincinnati by a touchdown. On the ACC, Cal will go to Boston College and win 17. In the Big 10, Rutgers takes care of business against Minnesota 34-9. Syracuse beats Duke by 2 points, 43-41 in the first ACC season. Tulane beats Tulsa 29-26. Arkansas State over Louisiana on the road 28-10. Tennessee heads to Mississippi State, wins 38-10. Falls down to 15. Boise State takes care of App State to re-enter the top 25. And then San Diego State was Ohio State starts Big 10 eliminating Washington 34-14. So Indiana sweep by Iowa earlier. Houston beats Oregon State, so after beating the Ducks, the Beavers will lose to the Cougars 37-20. Virginia Tech with a point victory over NC State. A lot of close ones in the ACC this week. UConn beats Oklahoma 35-10. Baylor enters the rankings, beating Oklahoma State 35-21. Also in the Big 12, Iowa State gets their first conference victory in Arizona. In a rivalry matchup, Stanford beats the rival San Jose State 27-17. Dame beats Arkansas. Rio Grande Valley Recovery this week won by New Mexico State 24-21. Louisville undefeated after ACC play victory over Pittsburgh. Team Carolina bounces back after the loss to Missouri last week, beating Kentucky. And Kansas State goes down at home to UCF. Georgia dominates Alabama. The Bulldogs look like they could be a favorite this year for the championship. Navy beats Rice. Old Dominion was a rivalry game against Liberty. Missouri State beats Western Kentucky 42-10. The Bears have won 2 straight, including against the win against the Hilltoppers, so a lot of people thought would be towards the top of the Conference USA. And BYU beats Colorado to get the week. Here your players like Dalen Everett had 2 interceptions against Alabama. From Jeremiah Notre Dame. Conference USA players of the week are Devin Henderson of Liberty and Jamaria Robinson of Missouri State. Here's looking at top 25. Ole Miss jumps a couple spots in their big win against LSU. Otherwise, everything pretty chalk other than the Tigers. And then have a couple teams entering the rankings this week. Boise State, Miami, and Baylor. Big games this week, including in games for number 1 Texas, facing number 3 Florida. The Gators are one of the hottest teams in football. They got to face the best team in the country.
Notre Dame plays host to Boise State in a good test for the Broncos, and then Ohio State will battle Minnesota. While undefeated UCLA will see if they're legit so they can host to State. This week, we will get back on the gridiron as we lose to Western Kentucky, fresh off their loss to Missouri State. I'm trying to lose to both of the new FBS schools. So they're obviously going to have a lot of fire underneath them. They are a good team. So again, another football battle. We'll be back at the top with a bye-week tournament comparison. That's going to do it for this one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Oh, and also, we're going to be getting Jonathan Silver back to the offense. Our halfback hasn't seen since week number 1. Returning to class. That would definitely help. But that's going to do it for this one. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Rob. I'll see you next Hands are back in action today here at home at the Tub. Still looking for their first conference win of the season as they play host to the 3-2 and 1-1 Western Kentucky Hilltoppers underneath the lights. Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rob. Welcome to another edition of the Delaware Fighting Bulletins Dynasty here on EA Sports College Football 26 for Delaware. A couple weeks ago, but my week looked ready for another matchup here at home against Western Kentucky, a team coming off a loss on the road against Missouri State. 42-10 Hilltoppers lost to the newest team in the FBS last week. We got the other new team this week. Now they're not going to want to go 0-2 against those squads. So they're going to be on their A game as they start the football. We are underway. We're excited for this. So make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty content. See this Western Kentucky offense first, led by Matthew Henry, a wide receiver, Western Illinois transfer. Maverick McIver, the Albany Christian transfer. We get this drive from the 13-yard line with a quick bubble screen out wide to KG Hutchinson, who has been the best wide receiver in the conference by far for the first 5 games of the season. After again, 5 on a quick hitter, this time to the tight end Jackson West, the Florida State transfer, who's in just shy of the marker. He run the football for the first time to get the first down. George Hart with it, the senior, with the chains. They do set it down, so the screen out wide. It's been nothing but short passes for the Hilltoppers thus far. We know Delaware is struggling in the secondary at the beginning of the season, allowing high completion percentages to high quarterbacks. Second and 6 underneath catch. This is Cody Epps, the impact wide receiver and BYU transfer, who had 3 catches for 46 yards last week in the loss. Driving down to the 39. It's a handoff, and Byron Slayton gets this one, but he's quickly wrapped up. Good defense after a game, too. Khalil Ali, the freshman who got the start last week for the first time, is back in the outside corner slot this week. Second and 8. To the air. McIver looks short. He's got his man. This is Hutchinson with a big room to run. He's leading. And McIver's up over 50. Last week, over 57 times. The Western Kentucky team that loves to sling it. And McIver's going to try to do it here. First down, he tucks some short for Slayton. Gain of 2. 45 minutes off the clock. A long plotting drives. Here's some play action. The Dylan Morley stop. Sack off the blitz. Now back them up. Now 3rd and 14. Delaware's just got to protect the sticks. They switch some things up here as they break back into coverage. 4-man rush. McIver just dumps it short. This is dropped by Hutchinson. Hilltoppers can get 3 on their first drive. And then bring out the Delaware offense. Led by quarterback Zach Marker and the returning Jonathan Silver. We got the best offensive player back this week. Silver rejoins the lineup. There he is in the backfield. Hasn't been seen since week 1 against Delaware State. Gets a carry here. His first carry back is a game of 1. Now 3rd and 9 here for Delaware. As Marker goes in the air. To his right as he tries to keep his eye downfield. And this one is caught. Max Patterson with a nice grab. Coverage. The senior, making the grab. Marker's been banged up again this season. There's some talk that maybe Blake Brown get the start this week. Fresh off the bye week. Zach Marker feels ready to go. Here he is. Second pair for Silver leads 2 and out to 2nd and 8. Marker looks short. It's got Jake Riddell with a pair of touchdowns and a loss of Florida International. Last time out, 17 catches, 159 yards, and those aforementioned 2 touchdowns in one season. First and 10 now, Western Kentucky territory. This one's short for fall and ep1. Some tight coverage. Second and 9, Marker back to the air. Looks short. He's got Fall again. He's been the leading receiver for this Delaware team. Jake Fall 26-225 to score so far this season. Now they face a third down. Marker made some adjustments at the line. It's a short receiver, and he can't stay in bounds. Delaware will get nothing as we're at 3-0 after the end of the first quarter. Pretty low scoring affair. Both teams got a full drive. Western Kentucky's second drive. They're starting to drive the football. We got it now to the 26th of Delaware. First and 10. Looking for the air. Short caught for Hutchinson. This play might not be counting. It looks like it's holding call for Lawrence Seymour, the Akron Zip transfer. It's going to be a big footprint. Fullback Western Kentucky up and they face a 2nd and 16. McIver to the air, looks downfield to the end zone. He's got his man for a touchdown. That's K.D. Hutchinson, the best receiver in the conference, with his 8th touchdown already on the season. There's bigger men in all of his 4 runs. WKU leads 10-0. So we'll see what Delaware can do. They've got a bad habit of starting slow this year. It's on 3rd and 5. Marker has nowhere to go. It just dumps it short. It'll be another Delaware punt. The offense continuing to struggle in the early part of this game. First and 10, this one's short. Hutchinson again has been very busy already today. McIver's a perfect 16 for 16. 2nd and 8 now. Going back to the air. Short caught. This one's going to be a gain of 2, and now it's a 3rd down over the Hilltoppers. Jackson West to tie in with his 2nd grab. Got double stacks back in. Nice football defense and stop them shy. It'll be a point, so now they're going to get the football back, still trailing by 10 about midfield here. So first and 10, there's a nice strike to Burdell off of the blitz. He'll get a first down. Marker 9 for 11 for 65 yards in his own right. He's got enough for 34. Heavy blitz here. Marker counters across the middle, but he's well behind Sessions. Going incomplete. 2nd and 10, short catch here. Silver with it out of the backfield. He'll gain 8. He's definitely capable in the receiving game. 4 catches, 16 yards already for him. So 3rd and 2, he's going to get the carry. He'll pick up the first down. That's one of the best running day for him. 3 for 8. But he gets a nice first down there. Now we're up to the 21. Empty on first down. Western Kentucky with a blitz, and Marker just gets it off. That's incomplete. 2nd and 10. Now only a 3-man rush from the Hilltoppers. Marker rolls to his left, trying to keep his eyes downfield. Waits for the last second. Takes an unnecessary hit. This one's incomplete. Now it's a 3rd down for the Wolverines. Only 3-man rush again for Western Kentucky. Marker dropping way back. Just dumps it off short for Silver. He'll take the 3 points. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. It's going to be quick half. The Hilltoppers lead 10-3 with a chance for some more points. As it will be Delaware who starts off the football in the second half. This one's short, flanked by the tight end West. Game 5. 2nd down now. Western Kentucky again looks short. This one incomplete. Nice hit, draws it free from Hutchinson. And now it's the 3rd down for Western Kentucky. They'll run the football and get aggressive. But they don't get anywhere either. This is going to be a 52-yard try for kicker John Cannon, the South Florida transfer from the center of the field. And it's good. It just squeaks in. That'll take a 13-3 lead into the half. Good Hilltoppers. They look like the better team today. Now there's offense having a hard time getting going. Hutchinson's been great again. 8 catches, 108 yards, and 1 touchdown. The junior wide receiver. As you can see it. Western Kentucky's just like the better team. The offense got off to a hot start. Delaware's offense did not, but it does seem like, we got a field goal on our last drive. The Western Kentucky's defense only, actually their offense only got 3 points in that quarter. And we'll be Delaware starting off with football here to begin the second half, so we'll see what they can do with it. So they'll start this with around 22-yard line. First down, Marker with a quick throw to Jake Paul, who gains 7 on the slant, his 3rd catch of the day. Now double men in the backfield. Marker looks short. Well, there Wilson for Burdell. There's going to be a holding call anyway on shoot or shove the right guard. So the play won't even counted anyway for the Wolverines. It'll be 2nd and 13 instead after Western Kentucky accepts the penalty, and Marker back to the air. Rolls to his right, keeps his eyes downfield. Has a wide open Silver in the second level. Out to the 45 of Western Kentucky. A huge catch for the halfback and the star player of the offense. Welcome back to the lineup. It's now first down from the 45. Martin's there. Again, this checks it short for Silver, getting his money's worth in a passing game. He picks up 7 now. His 9th catch already. Second and 3 now. It's a blitz. It's a screen for Silver. Has 3 straight catches. He'll outrun the defender for a first down inside the 25. 10 for 93. They're going to read it here on first down. The St. Corner checks back in. Parker's just going to roll to his right and dump this one to the sideline. There's a late flag. Parker actually passed the line of scrimmage, actually. So this will be an illegal forward pass. So instead of 2nd and 10, it'll be a 2nd and 15. Silver checks back in the game. Marker to throw. Across the middle. Looks for it now. This way, good coverage. They outlead Charles Tracy. 3rd and 15. Mark under some pressure. Just there goes this one to the sideline. This will be a field goal for Blue Hens. It will be 45 yards. Good left dash. Reed, and he will kick it up, and it will just get through. Delaware will make it one score game. 13-6. We'll see what Western Kentucky does in their first drive. Linebackers getting close to the line of scrimmage. First down throw. This one's short, and pushed out of bounds after a gain of 4. There's Hutchinson already with his first round. Second and 6. Go play fake. Blake Matthews around the edge. Bring it down for a sack. Second sack today for the Blue Hens, and that'll be 3rd and 12. So the guy will motion out the halfback, looking downfield, just checks his shorts, and they will not get a first down. Delaware will force the punt. Defense seems to be locking in. This will be a first down today for Matthew Henry. It's now in good field position. Here's a nice wheel route by Silver. He's out past the 25, and Zach Marker's at 200 yards passing today. And the 23 now, handoff for Silver, trying to go outside. There's still not a lot of room on the ground, though. So he picks up 3. Second and 7, heavy blitz here. Marker just dumps a short ball, grabs it, and makes a tackle and runs for a first down. What a play by Jake Ball as he makes it goal to go for the Blue Hens. A touchdown tie this game. Looking for a screen, but Silver's not going to get anywhere at Louisiana Tech transfer. Jaden Gray reads that one all the way. Second goal, heavy blitz here. Marker has to do something with it. Looks for the end zone, and Paul can't hold on. Takes a huge shot. Incomplete. Now 3rd and goal. Marker looks down to see him, and he's got his man for a touchdown. That is Nicholas Lebu. His first grab of the season is a touchdown. He wins inside leverage up the seam, and Zach Marker will take advantage. It's now 13 all Delaware. Right back in this game. It seems like they have the momentum. Second take tries to run first down, only gains 1. Slayton only 12 yards and 7 carries today. Now the 3rd and 5 for the Hilltoppers. McIver motions in at the wide receiver. Looks that way, and it will be short of the marker. That'll be another punt for the Hilltoppers. Delaware back in the football after a terrible punt. They're already at the 29 of Western Kentucky. First down, Marker just the Bears this one to the sideline. Loves to fight another day. Empty here on second down, big blitz. Just checks the shoulder, Silver, and he can't hold on. How's the 3rd down for the Blue Hens? The field goal puts you in the lead, so how aggressive you get. They look for Verdell, it will be a yard shy of the first down marker. But instead of kicking the field goal, the Blue Hens are going to get aggressive. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. The offense stays on the field. As Marker making some adjustments in the line, likes to look that he sees. And there's movement on the offense. Silver got a little jumpy. Now back us up 5 yards, taking the track away. Instead, Delaware will just kick the field goal. So we'll take a 16-13 lead into the final quarter. Western Kentucky was shut out in that frame of football, and Delaware is retaking the lead. So we'll look at the top 25. Start 4th quarter, 3rd and 1. Western Kentucky will just go QB draw, guaranteeing themselves a first down. 1st and 10 from their own 42. Kyler takes a snap. Looking short as his tight end. He's got a lot of short throws for Western Kentucky today. McIver has a very high completion percentage. He only has 200 yards passing. Just now pushing the football downfield. Delaware not scared of the deep ball. They just been able to keep it in front of them. There's a nice run in game 7 with tackles for Clark. He's had a nice running day. And Slayton. A big third down, 3rd and 1, 3 tight ends. They try a jet sweep, and Delaware will not allow it. A 2-yard loss. Dylan Trainer there for the tackle, and it'll be a punt away from Western Kentucky. Next try for Delaware after another bad punt from Western Kentucky. Cool Maynard has done a good job for Hilltoppers today. So there's a 7-yard strike, and Zach Marker has 319 yards passing today. 2nd and 3, trying to play thing, nothing there. Walker sells this one and down out of bounds. Ray again there with the pressure, and now it's a 3rd and 3. Pushing across Purdell. Here comes a blitz from the corner slot. They check it down to Purdell, and he'll get a first down. Good job by Marker to throw it behind the blitz as they get a first down. Next play, it's a screen for Silver. He's got a lot today. Here's another grab. He's got 15 catches out of the backfield for 156 yards. My goodness, that's a lot of receptions. 2nd and 1, though, he goes backwards. There's Eric Etienne, the Norfolk State transfer. Now it's 3rd and 2. Marker looks short. He's got Sean Wilson for a first down. Minutes ago from the 2. 340 yards passing today for Marker. They're threatening again. Change some things up. They got numbers on the right side. Marker sees it. Throws it that way. It's a jump ball. Ball comes down with it. Touchdown, Blue Hens. Jake Ball goes up. And Ross is the defender, and Delaware leads by 2 scores, 23-13, halfway through the 4th quarter. In Western Kentucky's offense, which has been non-existent in this half, has to try to score twice. First down, gain of 8 on the outside. Kingsley Roy was a tackle today. WKU will go to huddle. Empty here, 2nd and 2, trying a quarterback draw. This time, Delaware's ready for it. And he loses 1. His trainer's there on the tackle. Now it's a big 3rd and 3. Back to the air, looking for the left side, and he's intercepted. Picked up by Khalil Ali, the freshman. He will return this one to the 35. Ali got the start a couple of weeks ago, trying to mix it up in the secondary, and he comes away with his first career interception today. There's also the first interception of the season for McIver. And now Delaware in the driver's seat on 3rd down. There's a sack. And Big Red dances as the Hilltoppers are down by 10 as we reach the 2-minute warning. Goals to go here for the Hilltoppers. They got to punch it in fast and have 1 timeout. And McIver's going to be sacked on 1st and goal. You got to get rid of the football there. Instead of going back and let the wear into the line, trying to reserve that final timeout. This is now 2nd and goal. McIver goes in the air. Just looks short again, watching some of the habits. He's tackled at the 7. Delaware's just guarding the end zone. They won't call a timeout, trying to reset here on 3rd and 1. Big play. Still high kicks McIver to the air. Looking, only a 3-man rush, 8-minute coverage. That's a blanket coverage. McIver's just going to run it, and he'll get tackled down the 1. That'll make it 4th and goal. They're going to hurry back to the line. They want to try to punch it in here. They want the points. Delaware, though, they're going to call a timeout. This is a big play. They want to reset. And actually, after the timeouts, the Hilltoppers bring out the field goal team. They'll try the 3 points here, right hash, and it's no good. Western Kentucky misses it, and that's going to be the game. Delaware wins 23-13, getting their first conference win of the season, their first ever Conference USA victory, snapping a 3-game losing streak. Moved to 2-3 on the season. Zach Marker is declared the game. And honestly, I got to say, this was probably the most rewarding game I have played in college football. I would say this one for 26 and 25. We had a lot of good games in the South Carolina Gamecocks dynasty, but this game really required me to be strategic, and it worked. We noticed early that McIver was carving us up on the passing game, but everything they threw was short, so I was doing defensive adjustments all game for the hooks and the curls. I set the hooks at like 5 yards every single time, and just dared them to push the football downfield, and they never did. So all that strategy, it was really rewarding. Yes, McIver completed a lot of passes, but he didn't throw for as many yards as you would expect. Delaware is able to pick up the victory. Now, we also get some good news after this game. A lot of recruits were here this week. And we get some commits. 2-star center Raphael Favorite is committed to the program from Pennsylvania. He'll be bringing along a couple of guys as well. We get another commit from the linebacker Kai Ely for Pennsylvania as well, trying to really establish PA as a pipeline state for next year. And we also get kicker Eric Casillas, another 2-stars. So a trio of 2-stars commit this week. Our top stories of the Red River rivalry this week. The biggest game I've been looking forward to this one, Texas, Oklahoma. see who is going to be the runners in the SEC. Big game for Branch this game as they play Auburn. Georgia and Auburn's another big SEC matchup this week. Then also on the score front, we see Texas before facing Oklahoma beats number 3 Florida 20-17. The Gators are one of the best teams and hottest teams in football. They just ran into the Longhorns. Finally, your last top story from week number 6 is Notre Dame toppling Boise State thanks to a good performance from CJR. Some of the Broncos down on the rankings. Here are your scores from week 6 on Thursday. Mexico State also the Conference USA beat St. Houston. Also on Friday, South Florida wins a shootout against Charlotte. BYU beats West Virginia 28-7. The Cougars are 5-0 and sit at number 6 in the rankings. Getting to Saturday, Nebraska loses to Michigan State, the first loss of the season for the Cornhuskers, and the Miami Ohio wins 54-52 against Northern Illinois. A shootout if you like points. Wisconsin goes into the Big House and wins 17-13. It's been a weird season for that. They win games like this, and then they also lose to Miami Ohio at the beginning of the year. Louisville's also undefeated still. They beat Virginia this week 21-7. Alabama takes care of business against Vanderbilt 45-27. UTSA over Temple, the American 42-24. TCU wins by a touchdown over Colorado. Appalachian State wins a low-scoring game, beating Oregon State. The Beavers, don't forget, beat Oregon this year. The Mountaineers just stopped them. Ohio State wins a close 14-10, and then Miami wins the rivalry match against Florida State 24-21. Georgia up at number 3. They beat Kentucky this week 31-23, and then JMU, our rivals, go into Atlanta and beat Georgia State 38-22. Virginia Tech takes care of Wake Forest 24-14. Also, the ACC Duke loses out now 45-17. And then out in the West, the last season for these two in this conference, and San Diego State starts off 1-0, slaughtering Colorado State. We saw Notre Dame beat Boise State, and the Broncos their first loss of the season. Oklahoma dominates Kent State. Illinois goes into Purdue and was 27-7. Pittsburgh takes care of Boston College pretty easily, 48-18. See UAB win a high-scoring close one against Army. We never say that. So the Black Knights never have a combined game that goes 84 points. Navy beats Air Force 41-13. The midshipmen are definitely the best military school this year by far. They're 5-0. Texas A&M over Mississippi State by a touchdown, and then we see Kansas go into Orlando, beat down the Knights. UNLV over Miami 27-14. Northwestern destroys Louisiana Monroe, and then Clemson hangs 66 over North Carolina. Ever since losing to LSU in week 1, the Tigers have been on a mission. SMU also in the ACC will dominate Syracuse, trying to get back to the playoff. 3-2. Memphis beats Tulsa in the American. Texas Tech over Houston in the Big 12. And Western Michigan beats UMass, welcoming back Minutemen to the MAC with a loss. Iowa State over Cincinnati in the Big 12. Texas State over Arkansas State. Let's now podcast last season in the Sun Belt. UConn over FIU 34-21. Game of the week was in the Swamp, and Texas was victorious again 28-17. We get to a couple of Big 12 games. Oklahoma State beats Arizona 35-17, while Kansas State will beat Baylor 13-7. And then Washington dominates Maryland 49-24. For Penn State wraps it up by beating UCLA. Video players of the week are Bill Reese of Ohio State an interception in the win against Minnesota, while Alvin Nicholas had 10 for 54 and 3 scores for the 49ers. Your Conference USA players of the week are Dylan Frazier and TJ Wright. Here's a look at the top 25 coming out of the week. Obviously, Florida's going to fall a little bit losing. They only fell to number 9. I think that's legit. They lost to the best team in the land. They put up a good fight in that battle. Otherwise, nothing overly that impressive. Nebraska was the other big loser. And Iowa and Georgia Tech both enter the top 25 this week. Your big scores around the country this week are going to be, of course, Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia, Auburn. There's another ranked SEC game. Number 13, South Carolina, led to Death Valley, facing 17 LSU. Now the Big 10, you got number 4, Ohio State on the road in Champaign against number 19, Illinois. As far as your Blue Hens, we got another bye week this week. We have bye weeks in 2 of 3 weeks, which is ideal. But I think for this bye week, we're going to take a look around the country, kind of recap it, and see what's been going on in the land of college football. Thank you so much for watching this one. If you guys enjoy, we got our first conference win of the season. Hopefully, that's some momentum for things to come. If you enjoy, make sure you drop that like and you subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Rob. I'll see you next one.
King used to say, every good lie is better than the truth. These are streets, not flaws.
These brothers, they look out for themselves.
Clear my idea. Hopefully having his background. He takes everything from me.
You can say,
I was against one.
Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rob. Welcome back to another episode of the Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty here on EA Sports College Football 26. As in today's episode, Delaware is hit another bye week, their second in 3 weeks. And unlike last time, we're going to take a look at recruiting. This week, we're going to just take a look around the country, see how things are shaping up in the college football landscape. We're kind of go over some mid-season stats, so to speak. So, for this week, make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially for more Dynasty content. Currently, the Blue Hens sit 2-3. And last episode, we picked up their first win of the conference slate, which is pretty exciting, being Western Kentucky 23-13. But obviously, this team still has a lot of work to do if they want to get better. As we are at the bottom, here's a look at how we stand in the conference. 1-1. As far as how the conference is shaping up, the only 2-0 conference team right now is New Mexico State. The conference. You also have a slew of 1-0 teams for international. We got that one win against us. We will let go thought would be at the bottom of the conference. They're actually 3-2. And Missouri State is 1-0 with a victory over Western Kentucky to their name. We're obviously going to have a lot of parallel theirs in this dynasty because we both came into the FBS at the same time, so it'll be interesting to see how our paths kind of go with each other. Kennesaw State, who's 1 year older than us, they're also 1-0. They're going to be in the conference USA. And then Jacksonville State, we'll see up next, is 1-0 as well. Western Kentucky is 1-2. I thought they'd be towards the top. Both their losses were to us and Missouri State, which is interesting. They lost to the 2 new teams. Liberty, who I thought was the conference favorite, did not start off on the right foot, losing their first conference game. Middle Tennessee is also 0-1 in the conference, and a couple of other 2 teams, Sam Houston, and then the winless Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, who we now know is in their final season of the Conference USA. It's not up to the best start. Even Sam Houston, they have a negative 118-point differential. That is really bad. As far as the other conferences, the ACC, Clemson leads the pack. A lot of people would expect this as well. They're 3. Who is undefeated thus far, and also Miami, who I think is a lot of other people's favorite to win the ACC. SMU with the playoff last year is also 1-0, and then Virginia Tech is 2-0 in the ACC. The American Navy is 3-0. I said don't sleep on the midshipmen. I think they're the best military school in the country. They might be the best team in the conference. 116-point differential. They have very exciting skill position players with an option on play against. Memphis is also 2-0 in the conference. 1-0. USF, my favorites to win the American before the season. They got off to a good start. They won 3 straight, and then UTSA also in Tulane. The Big 12, BYU sit at the top, the only undefeated team in this conference. Definitely overachieving, in my opinion. I have the Cougars sitting at number 6 this late into the season. Utah's also 2-0 in the conference as well. The Big 10, this is, in my opinion, the toughest conference in football. Penn State leads the way 5-0, 2-0 in the conference. United States also 2-0. Then USC is also undefeated, 3-0 in the Big 10 as well, as they sit in this conference. We saw the conference USA as Independence, Notre Dame's 4-1, and Houston is actually 5-1. We've seen them earlier. In the MAC, Toledo leads the way at 2-0. A couple of undefeated teams here. Buffalo also as well as Ohio against Central Michigan, and then you got 1-0 Miami University, who has an upset against Wisconsin Notre Dame, they sit at the top. Obviously, their final year in the Mountain West. UNLV is 1-0. They will stay in State. Will also be leaving for the Pac-12. Then you got San Jose State and the Spartans. Also 1-0. Then you got Hawaii, who is 2-0. Utah State 1-0. Pac-2, Washington State is 4-1. Oregon State is 3-3. And in the SEC, 3-0 teams in Georgia and Ole Miss, both 5-0 as well. And then also the best team in the country right now, Texas, gearing up for a huge Red River rivalry matchup against Oklahoma. As one of those teams lead with their first loss of the season. They got Missouri, who lost 2 non-conference games that did beat South Carolina to start play. And finally, the Sun Belts. You have a couple of undefeated teams here. Texas State, who we now know will leave for the Pac-12 of the year. The Rebels and James Madison are 2-0. Marshall's 1-0, as well as Open and Southern Miss and Troy. But the Sun Belt actually does it by divisions. In the East, it is James Madison sitting at the top, and the West is currently Texas State. So that's what we'll look at. The conferences are looking like. We're going to do stats for this team to see how we are doing. Starting off with the quarterback position, Zach Marker is 70% completion, 1,000 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. It hasn't been easy for Zach Marker, in my opinion. Struggling a little bit. He's dealt with injuries, though, and I think that bye week refreshes him up. Thought maybe he'd get benched. They threw for 300+ yards against Western Kentucky and that's the victory. He is a senior, so he'll be leaving at the end of the year. If he does stick around, Blake Brown will probably be the starter next year. I feel pretty confident in Brown. He's looking good in reserve rules this year, 68% completion, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Actually led that comeback against Ford International before we lost that game. The rushing game is Saeed St. Fleur leads the way with 169 yards and 3 touchdowns. It has not been the best running season for us. We've kind of struggled in this regard. Oliver Ray got a lot of snaps while Silver was hurt. He has the best average of 6.3 yards per carry. Though we saw Jonathan Silver return last week, averaging 4.9. Did I have a good running game last week against Western Kentucky? They got a good passing game. And Zach Marker does have a touchdown on the ground as well. As far as receiving, Jake Fall has been the best receiver for his team. 32 catches, 258 yards, and 2 touchdowns for us. Max Patterson, 18 for 233 and 0 scores. Unfortunately, they will both be gone at the end of the year. Jake Liddell, the sophomore tight end, I like what I've seen out of him. He's become a reliable threat. 23 catches, 218 yards, and 2 touchdowns. If he sticks around, I'd like to see him have a more focal point of passing game next year. Silver, 16 catches, 160 yards. 15 of those actually came in the game against Western Kentucky, which is actually not a Delaware record. And there were 16 receptions by Justin Long back in 2004. So Silver was actually 4 receptions shy of tying that score record. So you say 4 out of 25 or 129. Sean Wilson, 13 grabs, 123 yards in the slot. Oliver Red had a touchdown to his name as well. Then Nicholas LeBoy got his first catch last week against Western Kentucky, and it was a 15-yard touchdown. The offensive line's been a little shaky this year, I will say. They did a lot better in the Western Kentucky game. Steven Dabrowski's been the best up the middle as he has a sack. The Schultz kind of struggled over at right guard, not his natural position, but I mean, it should be fit. And then Ruben and the Alabama Crews also had their struggles. On defense, your sack leader or tackle leader right now is Kingsley Royal, the strong safety, 54. Trigger's been flying around the field as well. He leads the team with 9 tackles for loss. Gavin Holmes is also up here as well. Sacks are starting to come around. We're off to a slow start here. Keyshawn Hunter and Dominic Brogna, 2 big defensive tackles at 2.5 apiece. Noah Matthews has 2. Will Trainer and Blake Matthews have 1.5. Now Burley with the sack last week out of his first of the season, and then Ethan Sanders and Julius per year both going to have a sack each. We got our first interception last week as well. Khalil Ali had the pick off of McIver. You know, like I said, in that game, Ali started his first game against the Panthers. He was a switch. We decided to switch up the secondary, but then became an interception his second game as a starter. One player we haven't talked about, who was right at the top towards the stats, was safety KT Say. He has 4 tackles. I need to see a little bit more out of him. He's our best rated defensive player. I'd like to see KT State do a little better. Kicking, we're perfect this far with Avery, and punting has been okay. It's actually that's going to be special teams. Return it. As far as the rest of the country, we will take a look at some of these stats out there. passing leader, currently a senior, Robertson of Baylor, the senior, coming on strong towards the end of the season, trying to be a top draft pick this year. 20 touchdowns as well, I think leads the way, and interceptions on the season in the Heisman race. He also had Blake Shaven behind him in Mississippi State, and Cam Salter, Colorado, rounding out the top three. Kid Klubnik has been a Heisman front runner, 1,800 yards, 19 touchdowns, only one interception on the season, a great touchdown interception ratio, which the best in that regard of actual starters is John Latier, who has 16 touchdowns, not a single interception yet. The interception leader is Gavin Wimsatt of Jacksonville State, who we'll see next week, so that's some encouraging news. Bishop Davenport, South Alabama, and Louisiana Tech. We'll also see later in the year, all have 8 interceptions in the season. Your rushing leader right now is Dewey Walker of Cincinnati, 753 yards, currently taking himself out in front. He's played one less game. In second place, Carson Hansen. In the third spot, you got fullback Alex Texka of Navy. We're going to option out there. Touchdown leader with 14 already is Jaden Battle of Florida. That is insane. 9 yards per game. Isaiah Auguste of South Carolina also has 12, as well as Star Thomas of Tennessee, averaging over 100 yards per game. With 108, he has 12. Makai Hughes of Oregon has 11, and Rondell Williams of Florida State, Kevorian Barnes, of TCU, and Demarie Wilson of 10. Average yards per game leader with 150 is Tawee Walker, and man is running out there in Cincinnati at most 20-plus yards there. He's a player as well. The longest run of the season is 71 yards for fullback Dylan Robertson of Air Force. That is funny to see. The receiving category, your leading receiver is Jamori Macklin of Kentucky. The senior has 690 yards receiving. Second place is Mario Miller of Jeremiah Smith of Ohio State. Most receptions of the year 49 is Mudia Rubin of South Florida. The holes up there. And most touchdowns on season 9 is Cole Wilson of Baylor. And then your average yards per game, Macklin averaging 138. Longest reception of the season, the 92-yard ball to Ian Strong. Rutgers is currently injury. Blocking your wish blockers have been Masai King Macklin and Shiaz Pete of Kentucky. And your defensive leader in tackles is Jordan Kwiatkowski of Central Michigan with 54, followed by Ardell Reese of Ohio State, who's been playing good football this year. Kingsville Royal tied for second. He's got 54, and then Martavius French as well up there. The sack leader with 5.5, Jordan Lawson of Louisiana, and then T.J. Bush Jr. of Cal. Seems like the sack numbers went down this year. Nothing's really coming on strong. Tackles for 11 is Bush and Buffalo. And then interception leader 4 is Tyresus Davis. First kicking, our guy's perfect first kicker this year. Looks like it's been April Correa County. Was 2 for 6. That's Nathan Dicker of Eastern Michigan. Has there been any receiving touchdowns in the special teams? 3 kick return, Chris Hughes of Louisville, Tyler Brown of Clemson, and Joshua Troop of Minnesota State. There has been 1 punt return touchdown, Jared Brown of South Carolina. So that was just a quick little look at what the stats are looking like. Now we'll take ahead and simulate week 7 and see what happens the rest of the way. So simulate the week, and we get some good news on the recruiting front. 3-star defensive tackle Dalton Doxson has committed, the top guy on the board. The 3-star is now heading to the Delaware Blue Hens. Exciting that we get our first 3-star right here from the state of Delaware. But we're not done. We also get 3-star wide receiver Larry Gash, the 2 3-stars we were targeting. We both get this week in the recruiting cycle. Major get for Blue Hens. They are the 2 best recruits by far on the board. They're both joined the program, and they should both get immediate playing time. Dalton Doxson, we're going to fully scout considering he's from Delaware. He looks like a really solid defensive tackle for us. 86 strength, 78 power moves. Hopefully, can be a disruptor early for the Blue Hens. Larry Gash, I don't know the full story on him, but it looks pretty good. Well, he's got good catching. The medium route running and the spec catch and the catch and traffic all look good. He is now heading up to Delaware. We also get 1-star wide receiver Tyquan Candy from Princeton, New Jersey, so it's a nice little addition as well. We also add some to the getting Leonard Tuttle, the edge rusher from Colonial Heights, Virginia, getting a pair there. Taquan Kennedy's a one-star. He's more of a gadget player, 5'8", 190. Looks like he has pretty good short route though, so I'm excited to see that. Some of he's not really as polished as some of the other guys were able to fully scout him this year. And nothing really stands out to me from his game. We see some depth on the defensive line. Like last year, here's a look at the commits thus far. 10 of them, 2 3-stars, 3 2-stars, and 5 1-stars, including the 5th best player from the state of Maryland. We have 43rd currently in the country, which is really good. Don't forget, we have a lot of recruiting rules, house rules on our game this year. One thing I want to notice, Middle Tennessee is the 14th ranked team in the country recruiting. Middle Tennessee is killing it. They're being the best 45 recruiting this year. As far as the top stories coming out 5 week, here's like the Heisman Trophy race. Jeremiah Love, running back from Notre Dame, taking the top spot in Texas, passes the Red River Robbery test. When Travion Whistler had a good game for the Longhorns. The big game this week, Tennessee, Alabama, the 3rd week in October. Balls on the tie will meet up this week. And finally, USC undefeated at the test against Notre Dame. On Wednesday in Conference USA play, Missouri State starts off 2-0. They beat Middle Tennessee this week, 31-10, going through the Bears. Then UTEP beats Liberty. This will be the other way around. But UTEP was the worst team in Conference USA, and Liberty was the best. Turns out I was wrong. On Thursday, Tulane doubles up East Carolina, putting up 24 on them, and Sun Belt Southern Miss victorious 42-28. Going into Friday, where USF gets a new victory in American over Texas. And Washington beat Rutgers in the Big Ten. Starting on Saturday slate of games is UTSA getting an American win over Rice 27-19. Purdue goes to Minnesota and wins 24-17. And Pittsburgh dominates Florida State 45-31. The Panthers now 5-1. Penn State 66-0 over Northwestern. And Texas is the #1 team. Penn State is firmly found themselves at #2. The I-75 rivalry was win Toledo this year, 41-14. The Red River rivalry was 42-14. Was even close. The Longhorns are on another level right now in the rest of the country. TCU beats Kansas State 29-14. Oregon's back to ranked, beating Indiana this week, spending 3-3. San Jose State over Miami and Mountain West. We see Central Oregon rivalry victory over Cincinnati 35-17. Notre Dame slaughters NC State for their big game against USC this week. Stays undefeated as now into the rankings, being 28-10. The USC puts a 51 ball up on Michigan. They look ready for Notre Dame as well. It's going to be a huge clash. Our rivals James Madison gets another victory. They're 42-35 over Louisiana. And the same score happened in Boulder. Colorado beats Iowa State. Iowa dominates Wisconsin. The Badgers continue to be the weirdest team of this season. Well, Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech, their first ACC loss in their rivalry matchups. Utah loses to Arizona State home 33-26. And then SMU will beat Stanford 41-27. Ohio State beats Illinois W1 42-21 on the road. And Ole Miss stays undefeated, beating Washington State 30-12. Clemson dominates Boston College 42-7 to take home hardware. Michigan State gets a Big Ten victory over UCLA 34-20. Same thing for Nebraska 43-8 over Maryland. The Big 12, Oklahoma State beats Houston by a touchdown 31-24. And Florida bounces back after losing to Texas 36-26 against the Aggies. Some action here is Western Michigan is victorious 39-31. State Alabama for the big game against Tennessee goes to Columbia, Missouri, and wins 30-21. In Death Valley, LSU wins a close one against South Carolina 19-14. Marshall puts up 52 on Old Dominion. Kansas with a 1-point victory over Texas Tech 22-21. Close one, and a big win for the Jaguars. Georgia beats Auburn at 17-7. Texas State with a 2-point victory over Troy 29-27. BYU beats Arizona 31-23. Tennessee loses to Arkansas at home. We get upset. Not a good look when we got to play Alabama this week. Hawaii beats Utah State 21-13. The Mountain West of the same conference. Boise State re-enters the rankings, putting a beat down on New Mexico. Wake Forest beats Oregon State 38-28. While Charlotte doubles off Army 28-14. And finally, UNLV victorious over Air Force 22-17. Here the players' leaks arrived. Bryant of UAB had 2 interceptions, including a pick 6 against Florida Atlantic and lost. Cam Shanks of Arkansas 15 for 172 and 3 scores. Conference USA players' league are Jericho, Washington, and Kansas State, and Kenny. Here's one of the rankings. I think at this point it's firmly believed that the top three teams are Texas, Penn State, and Georgia really separate themselves from the pack. As far as the new teams in the rankings, Oregon and Louisiana State race the top 25 this week. Some big games coming up. We have Alabama and Tennessee. Georgia and Ole Miss, that was overwhelming. That's two undefeated teams in the top five in the SEC. We'll say the Rebels are legit. Number two, Penn State's going to travel face 69 with a pesky Hawkeye team. Oklahoma and South Carolina, two top 25 SEC schools, and then USC Notre Dame, big test for the Trojans. We'll face the Gamecocks this week. We head to Jacksonville State to face the Jacksonville State Gamecocks, who are 2-0 in Conference USA play. We'll see if they can continue their win from the Western Kentucky game for a little bit of a winning streak. The game, in my opinion, that is a toss-up. I think us and Jacksonville State match up almost identically. Hopefully we can take advantage of a bye week ahead to prepare for this matchup and win our second conference game of the season. That will be in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you guys for listening to this recap. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure you drop that like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Reed. I'll see you next
Hold on, this waist. Wait a second.
You're before this court today charged with the murder of your wife. I didn't murder her. If you are innocent, prove it. If you want to uncover the truth, even if the truth is not.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieve dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin, plus many had clear skin and less itch even at 4 years.
Infections and legal treatment testing TB and liver, serious infections with blood, some cancers including lymphoma, skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you have these events and infection that B or C is not appropriate. Don't take it for allergic or viral infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. See your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Reed. Welcome back to another episode of Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty here. 28 Schools College Football 26 for today. It's a Wednesday night. So Conference USA action underneath the lights and the rain as the 2 and 3 of Delaware Blue Hens travel on the road to face the 3-3 Gamecocks. We get to see them on the other side of the field. Just not the same Gamecocks. We're playing the Jacksonville State Gamecocks this week. We're 3-3. We're 2-0 in the conference with wins over Liberty and Sam Houston, setting themselves up as right now the team to beat in the Conference USA. So we'll see how Delaware holds up today as we are ready for kickoff and we are underway. If you're excited for this one, make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more dynasty content. As will be Jacksonville State starting off with football. We'll bring it out to about the 22. We'll take a look at this offense. Their star player, main true sophomore. The TCU transfer has been very good. The Gamecocks averaging about 5 yards per carry. But we get Adam Winstat, a Kentucky transfer, goes to the air on first down. Winstat actually is tied for first in all of the country in interceptions thrown. So not necessarily the best number to be tied for first in this. And hopefully our defense can take advantage. He's on second and 4. Here's Cam Cook, and that's him at his finest, stiff-arming a defender into the ground. Sets them up 3rd and inches with a high pass from Winstat, but it's caught. Great adjustment to get a first down. Next play, it's a play fake. Winstat just checks it short. Cook and 5 for Rafton. Making now 2nd and 5. And back to the air, steps up, fires across the middle, has a man in the second level. This is Caleb Coons, the Florida Atlantic transfer. He's got him out past midfield to 41. Next play, handoff Cook up the middle, breaks the arm tackle, jukes out a defender, and Cook's going to go 41 yards to the house. Touchdown Gamecocks. There he is on display there. It's Jacksonville State will take a 7-0 lead, ending the extra point. Freshman kicker Garrison Rippon. This one's blocked. McCoy goes around the edge, gets a hand on it. It's going to stay 6-0. Now we'll see Delaware take the offense for the first time today. Jonathan Silver leads the offense and still last game 15 receptions. A couple of weeks ago, they played against Western Kentucky to get our first Conference USA win of the season. We'll start their own 25. There's a handoff for Silver, who goes off tackle. They're going to call forward for a gain of 10. Running the football hasn't been our forte this year. We'll put Silver back. We see that step up a little bit. 1st and 10 is making a step up. Harper steps through the pocket, and he's going to have a first down on the ground. Gain of 20 for the senior quarterback, who was able to get positive yards in the last game. 1st and 10, and there's nowhere for Silver to go. They take the cruise. They Georgia Tech transfer leads the way. 2nd and 14 now, set up a screen for Silver out wide. He's going to outrun a defender. He's going to pick up the down now, making him extra base for 3rd and 5. To throw again as he looks over the middle, has Silver in one-on-one coverage. He's going to win that. Out past the 25, 2 catches, 25 yards already for the Silver halfback. Next play, Marker backs the air. Out of the back goes to Saeed St. Four, who's going to have a foot race to the pile, and he wins it. Touchdown, Delaware. Saeed St. Four still going to get some time with Silver back. There he is there. Ends up 7-6. Big shot for the Gamecocks, so the answers on 2nd and 7. This one's dropped. However, this play will not count anyways. Looks like it should be a holding call for the Jacksonville native, Nate Smith, freshman. Makes it now 2nd and 17 for the Gamecocks. Winstat wants to run, but he's going to be sacked off the edge. There's Jack Hall with his first sack of the season. As he backs up the Gamecocks 3rd and now 26. They will just end up getting nothing out of that. We get good field position after the punt, but on 3rd and 7, we were unable to convert. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. The Blue Hens lead this one 7-6, thanks to a extra point block off the edge by McCurries. Football is struggling a little bit here as it is a down in Jacksonville, Alabama. In the 2nd quarter, 25, a handoff to Cook. Outruns the defense around the edge. I thought it was going to be a loss. Instead, it's going to be a gain of 10. 5 carries, 57 yards and a touchdown so far on the ground. Next play, it's going to be a play fake. Winstat keeps his eyes downfield, fires into the second level, but is dropped. Can't connect with Caleb Coons there. 2nd and 10 instead, and Cook has his arms right into the hands. I think that's Jack Hall with the stop. This is now 3rd and 11 after the loss of 1. Over the air. Man rush. Winstat steps up, just takes it short. Gives what the defense gives him, and then he gets 4 on the other punt for Jacksonville State. Next shot for Delaware about midfield. There's a swing pass to Simmons, or Sessions, excuse me, and he's high through the air. You see the quarterback numbers for both sides again. Jacksonville State high completion percentage, but not a lot of yards passing. It's kind of the damn for this defense. On 2nd and 5 is Jacksonville State defense to get to the backfield. An all-out blitz as the Colorado transfers to Trevor Woods who gets home. Now it's 3rd and 3. Walker throws it to the sidelines. It's incomplete on Delaware. We had pretty good field position all game. We just haven't been able to do anything with it. It's our first down here. Blake Matthews is untouched around the edge. He gets some tackle for the balls. Now 3rd and 12. Winstat steps up, wants to keep it in run forwards, and he will not get there. He goes right into the defense. Manning, they'll get pumped away to give Delaware pretty good field position. Gotta do something with it. Here's a 7-yard strike to Jake Burdell, his 2nd of the day. Inside 6 minutes now, handoff for Silver. Tries to redirect, and he'll be just shy of the marker. 5 for 21 on the ground for him. It's been a slow start. He'll take a break here on 3rd down. We'll go with St. Fleur, and he'll pick up the 1st down. A little bit more ground past the 23. He had 11 on his first carry. Stays in here 1st and 10. Screen pass to St. Fleur behind him. Kind of stalls his momentum a little bit. He's only able to get 3. 2nd and 7. Walker looks outside. He's got Burdell to tight end again. He'll get a 1st down inside the 15. I will be 11. This is the best chance we've seen out of Delaware since the first drive. St. Paul with another carry in the middle. He'll gain 6. His 2nd carry today. He checks out here. Here's Oliver Red. We haven't seen much since Silver came back, and he's going to lose 2 carry. 3rd and 6 now. Silver checks back into the game after the breather. He's out of the backfield, and he's going to have a touchdown. Delaware with another score. 2 passing touchdowns on the day for Walker, both to a running back. Blue Hens lead now 14-6. It's a 2-minute warning. 2nd and 13 for Jacksonville State. Trying to run here. They don't really have much space, and looks like they're not really in a hurry. Gamecock's not going to get aggressive. 3rd and 11. Now they are. They throw a deep ball down the sideline, and it's incomplete. Takes a shot in the back. That was incomplete. So Delaware now wants to do something. They have a minute left. They're always in Jacksonville State territory. And now they're in the red zone. They'll get the 1st down. 13 for 17 for 128 for Walker today and 2 scores. Next play is short. Sean Wilson getting his 1st grab of the day. He gains 7. And the wide receiver's been kind of quiet for Delaware. It's been all the halfbacks and tight ends. 2nd and 3. Here's another one to the tight end. Burdell inside the 5 has a 1st down. 17 seconds to go. Delaware goes timeout. 1st and goal. Goes to the air. Goes right side. Has Silver. He's got a touchdown. Delaware with a 3rd touchdown of the first half. All passing, all the halfbacks.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site. Really? Really? Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
21-6 lead going into the halftime. Delaware looking good here in Jacksonville, Alabama on a weekday Conference USA action. Unions looking to put together a win streak here and pick up their 2nd win in a row and get back to 500. Still plenty of football left. Defense has been playing really good. The offense has been clicking. Hopefully we can continue this going into the 2nd half. Delaware will start off with the football. They have the momentum. Just got to close this game out and continue to stifle this Jacksonville State offense, who, outside of the big run from Cam Cook in the very first drive, has really been non-existent. So we'll see what they bring to the table. So we get the 2nd half at row 25, the handoff to Silver, and he can't go anywhere. Red shirts everywhere. Tyron Taylor with this transfer. He played 2nd and 13 now. Walker is he throws it to awkward shot. Luckily he's not hurt on the play. Now it's 3rd and 13. Walker goes to the air, looks left side. He's got Max Patterson who breaks a tackle on the girl. Good job by Patterson to get the 1st down. It's his 1st grab of the day. Seems like whenever we need him, though, he will convert. The drive stays alive, back to the air. So he goes short for Sessions, but can't connect for some reason. That's incomplete. Now 2nd and 10. 5-man rush, and Walker just gets rid of it. But it's incomplete. Now he faces 3rd and 10. It's Andre Berry out there for the hit. Walker going to face pressure again. He's to get rid of the throws in deep for the fall, and he is overthrown. It was knocked down by Preston. And be a punt for Delaware. So that'll be my first drive. We'll see what Jacksonville State can do with a try screen. Quickly there is the defense in the game, too. Second, he trying to spread out Denver. But again, Blake Matthews is untouched on the edge. And he brings in the halfback for a loss of 4. And start locking those ends on the weak side. Now 3rd and 12. Wimsatt throw has a man somehow caught. He finds Michael Petway for the first down. He is senior wide receiver. Keep the drive off. Next play up the middle, he finds Coons, who makes the tough grab. And then Jackson State starting to catch up. Second 1 RPO, right back to Coons. First down, the catch is 57 yards from the down. This has been the best Jacksonville State drive since the very beginning of the game. Quick pass out wide for Petway. He gains 6 more, his 5th catch of the day. Now Wimsatt stays empty on second down. Looks to run, actually throws it. It's a high ball for Petway with a nice leaping grab. Now Jacksonville State with another first down. Next play, Wimsatt wants to run, but he's going to run right into the arms of Keyshawn Hunter. 3rd sack of the day for Blue Hens, his first on the evening. Loss of 4 makes the second and 14. I was still Jacksonville State a little bit. Go back to the air, Wimsatt out of the backfield. There's a wide open man. It's Petway who gets a first down. All covers there outside. I think it was manning the slot to give that up. Now it's going to go for the Gamecocks. Wimsatt looks to his left, has his tight end. He's going to be a yard shy. That's Pierce ball like with the grab. Try to punch it in the Cook, and he will not get there. Gavin Mull, the linebacker, shoots the gap. His 4th tackle of the day. They've all been tackles for a loss. A big 3rd and goal here. Empty set. Wimsatt looks short. It's a stretch, but they get it. Touchdown. Gamecocks. Cam Cook stretches the ball over the sticks. That's going to be a score. It's now 21-13. Jacksonville State strikes first here in the second half. As you're in 1st and 10, they try to play action. There's no time to throw. It's 4. Second and 10 to go back to play action. Again, the same fate. A sack here on second down. That is Chris Perry, the former Virginia Tech Hokie, who brings it down. 3rd and 19 to go play fake again. Again, it doesn't matter because he has no time to throw. There is a holding call on the shot. It doesn't matter. Play action might not be the way to go for Delaware. They went play fake 3 straight times. Then Marker did not have a single second to throw. So that'll bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. Delaware still leads 21-13. Goes the Gamecocks, who were able to score in that 3rd quarter. And football here to begin the final frame at the 32, facing a 3rd and 11. And sack to the air, steps up, throws, fires, has a man in the second one, another tough grab. And I think is Caleb Coons again with it. Now it's a red zone trip for Jacksonville State. First down is a keeper for Wimsatt. He runs it and ball again and keeps the streak alive. 5 tackles, 5 TFLs. Loss of 3, 2nd and 13. They give it to Cook, who tries to go off tackle, and he runs into the arms of Dylan Trainer, another tackle for a loss. Now 3rd and 18. Wimsatt wants to go to the air, sheds the tackle of Hunter, and he throws it out of bounds. So it's the fight of the day. Yet barely. The Gamecocks led 3. It's now 21-16. Delaware pulls on to the lead. We got to see this offense do something again. 4-start loss of 3. Tyron Taylor on the 2nd tackle for a loss. And now it's a 3rd and 13 for the Blue Hens. Marker to the air, wants the deep. Carlos receiver has a snap, but he overthrows Wilson against his hands. It's another Delaware punt. Offense has just been non-existent here in the second half. It's a 3rd and 8. Gavin Mull right up the gut untouched. Brings down the quarterback in his half drive. Now we'll try it again. 2nd and 6. Here we are with that school back look again. Flyer inside though for Jake Hall, who has a nice first down and more. First grab of the day for Jake Hall, the leading receiver for this Blue Hill squad, and he gains 25. Next play, they bring a man in motion. The late give to Silver, and again, Jacksonville State ready for it. They did a pretty good job stopping us overall, specifically here in the second half. I don't know if their coach said so in the half, but it's been some great adjustments. 3rd and 12 on the comeback, looking for Patterson, but he handles on a good hit by Traquan Diaz to break it up. That will take us to the 2-minute warning. This could be one of the biggest plays of the game here coming out of the intermediate. Throw for the tight end, and he will just get it. I think he got it by maybe the tip of the football. There's no challenge. Instead, Delaware will call with 3 timeouts. 5 will take with a new set of downs for the Gamecocks, and here's a 6-yard completion. 2nd and 4. Clock continues to run. Hand off to Cook. Tries to go outside, only gets one. Now a big 3rd and 3. Jacksonville State also bleeding clock. They don't want to give the Gamecocks Blue Hens any time. 3rd and 3 short. First down at the sticks. Nice catch by Cook. Now it's goal to go. And now we're inside 30 seconds. Wimsatt in the gun, letting this clock drain. It's a delayed give to Cook. No, he keeps it. It pulls out Morrill, and he's going for a touchdown. And Jacksonville State has the lead with less than 30 seconds. What a keeper by Wimsatt, pulling out here the Morrill defense. It was 22-21 Gamecocks on the move for two, trying to make the field goal game. They hand it off, and they will not get it. Delaware count by one now with 21 seconds to go. They got all three timeouts, so they need a field goal. This game is escapable. Let it go through the back of the end zone. Start out at the 25 and see what this offense is made of. Parker making some adjustments here. First down, looks across the middle. Somehow ends up in the hands of Patterson, who gets away from the defense, trying to outrun him to the sideline. He's got him out to the 48 during their first time out. There's a big completion you need. Just need a couple more. Next play, Martin throws it. It's actually bad right back to his face. Complete. Now there's 9 seconds. Again, making some adjustments here. Martin to the air, looks across the middle, and he's intercepted. Picked off by Larry Preston, the Murray State transfer, and that will do it. Jacksonville State will win the comeback and win this one 22-21 over the Delaware Blue Hens by half of this game, 21-6, before doing nothing in the second half on offense. Tough loss here for the Blue Hens. You had in the driver's seats this play right here. A keeper by Wimsatt fools Mobile, who's made a habit in the backfield today. But that play give Jacksonville State the victory over the Delaware Blue Hens, who now fall to 2-4 on the season. Jacksonville State stays perfect in conference 3-0. Tough loss for Delaware. This is another game of 2 halves. The first half, we were dominating the Gamecocks. Second half, it was different. It was all Jacksonville State. And honestly, can't really fault the defense too much. I feel like they played a complete game. The offense was just terrible. I don't necessarily think it was the fault of anybody in particular. And the offensive line could have played a little bit better, but I feel like the play calling in the second half was really, really bad. You look at split back play ball game. You've never done that before. It really showed in this game. It really showed. We do get some commits after this week. We get quarterback Nathan Armstrong, a one-star quarterback from the state of Delaware, commits to the program. We also get wide receiver Noah Whitaker from Highland Springs, Virginia. He's not the only wide receiver we get. We get another one-star receiver in Alex Shaw, 2 commits. So 3 commits this week. We only know the overall scouting on one of them that they made Armstrong, considering he is from the state. We'll take a look at his rating in a second. His Gavin Wall is named player of the week with 7 tackles and all 7 TFLs. That's pretty impressive. Here's how Nathan Armstrong looks. He's a 5'10" pure runner, but honestly, I don't really see much here. He's not fast. He can't throw really. Kind of looks like a one-star player, to be honest. Also, it's some bad news. We lose out on 2-star tackle Lamont Snowden, who commits to Buffalo this week after a visit with the Bulls. The year top stories coming out of the week. USC passes the Notre Dame test. They stay undefeated. Beat Fighting Irish 31-25. Big game this week. Number 3 Ole Miss, still undefeated. Will play number 10 Oklahoma, who's only lost this year, is to Texas. That's after Ole Miss passed the test of Georgia. The Rebels ascending to the top of the SEC. Then Alabama falls to Tennessee this week, despite a good game from Jeremy Bernard. Here are 4 schools for full schools for week number 8. Conference USA middle week action, FIU over Western Kentucky, and Liberty getting it done against New Mexico State. On Wednesday, it was also UTEP beating Sam Houston, their rivals. Somehow UTEP is 3-0 in the Conference USA. On Friday, a couple ACC clashes. Miami beats Louisville. Also in the Big Ten, Nebraska will destroy Minnesota 47. And then UNC will beat Cal by a touchdown. Into the Saturday slate, start off with the Fun Belt. It was a close one. Southern Miss beats Louisiana by 3. Northwestern hangs 51 up on Purdue, the Big Ten. And Pittsburgh hangs 58 up on their rivals in Syracuse. JMU loses to Old Dominion this week, 39-36, on their rivals as well. We see Oklahoma, or Ohio State, beat Wisconsin 35-10. Florida beats Mississippi State, their only loss being to Texas, who's at number 8. Michigan State beats Indiana by 3. It's not been a good follow-up since last year for the Hoosiers. Washington State beats Virginia in a cross-country affair. They went for the Cougs. Texas State beats Marshall 34-31. UConn over Boston College this week. Clemson with a win over SMU in an ACC rematch from a year ago. Clemson's on a 6-game win streak. Watch out for the Tigers. Pitt State dominates Iowa. They beat Nittany Lions again. Then Texas are just in a crop in their own right now. Oregon continues to bounce back to beat Rutgers this week for another conference victory. In the MAC is Toledo who against Kansas State before we go back to Big Ten. Michigan finally gets back to the win column and beat Washington. Florida State on the road beats Stanford 38-24. On the Big 12, we see Houston beat Arizona 20-15. Texas A&M 45-24 with Classic. And then Texas hits 59 on Kentucky. The Longhorns with Nittany Lions, they right now are the favorites to make the national championship. San Jose State beats Utah State in the Mountain West. Oklahoma goes to Columbia, beats the other Gamecocks 35-32. While Florida Atlantic loses to USF 34-10. BYU stays undefeated. They win the Boots 24-8 over the Utes. They're still only ranked 6th. Boise State dominates UNLV, trying to be the Group of 5 representative this year. Miami Ohio's weird season continues. They hit 52 upon Eastern Michigan. And then TCU beats the Rebels in Baylor before we head to Athens, where it was the game of the week. Ole Miss was victorious, proving that they belong at the top of the rankings. Missouri beats Auburn in the Battle of the Tigers, while UAB with a touchdown victory over Memphis. UCF with a Big 12 victory over West Virginia, 45-15. Georgia Tech now at number 15. They beat Duke 31-28. UTSA with close on the road against Texas. So USC passed the test of Notre Dame. Tulane blows out Army this week, 41-14. And LSU up to number 11. They beat Baylor 35-14. Texas Tech with a high-scoring affair against Arizona State is victorious. Cincinnati beats Oklahoma State by a point. And you see Buffalo double up UMass this week, 42-21. Tennessee beat Alabama by a point as they are close were victorious. Wrapping up the Big Ten with UCLA beating Maryland 24-10. Your players of the week on defense was Jordan Huff of Georgia State with 3 total turnovers forced. Anthony Eager of South Alabama had 3 scores in their victory. As far as your Conference USA players of the week, we know it was Mull, and it was Caleb Black of Sam Houston. Here's looking at your new top 25. Ole Miss up to number 3 now with a win. USC up to number 5. Both of those undefeated teams passed their test. Georgia and Notre Dame, of course, fall respectively. Otherwise, pretty weak. Texas Tech and Kansas are your new teams in the top 25. Your top games going into week number 9. We know Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Alabama, and South Carolina, 2 top 25 SEC schools coming off of losses. Well, number 11 LSU play those 2 Texas A&M, and BYU, number 6, will put their undefeated record on the line on the road against Iowa State. This week, we will return home to the Tub to face the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. 0-2 in the conference play. I thought they would be one of the favorites for the conference, but they've been dealing with a lot of injuries, losing both their starting quarterback and starting halfback to injuries. So hopefully we can take advantage and knock the Blue Raiders down and get back to the win column after losing a game that we should have won. So we dropped to 2-4. This team could easily be sitting at 500 or better since a little person. They're going to be growing pains your first year in the FBS. So hopefully we can work out this kinks and set us up nicely for a second half of the season run. And thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure you drop that like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty Mode content. This is Mr. Rob. I'll see you in the next one. Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rob, and welcome back to the Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty here on EA Sports College Football 26 for today. We have some more middle of the week conference action. It's another Wednesday on the lights here at the Tub. We're going to be at 2-4 Delaware Blue Hens rocking their old black uniforms at home against the 3-3 Middle Tennessee State Blue Raiders in a battle of blue teams. Last week we saw the Blue Hens lose against Jacksonville State, all to 1-2 in the conference. And today we'll play a winless team in the Conference USA and the Blue Raiders trying to get back in the win column as we are underway here on Wednesday night. If you're excited for this, make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially with more Dynasty Mode content. We'll see Middle Tennessee on the field first, and hasn't been the best season for them, but not a lot has been their fault. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries, specifically in the backfield, where they're going to be led by their 3rd-string quarterback today, true freshman Stanley Anderson Lofton. So we'll see how he does in today's game as he hands it off on the first play. And this is Jaden Creedle with a 22-yard scamper on the right side. Creedle also a backup. Dealing with the injury of their running back, who is one of the best players on offense, Ricky Hunt. Next play, this pass is well. It's not going to count anyways. There's going to be a holding call on left tackle Zach Clayton. So the incompletion will not count against the stat line of Anderson Lofton, but now he faces a 1st and 20, where they'll go back to the ground and Creed will about to tackle. He's thrown out after a game of 6, 2 good runs by the junior. Now going back to the air, it's out wide. The Creed will get speared in the air, incomplete. Great hit. So that will make it a 3rd and 14. Lofton to the air, there's some pressure, and he's sacked down by Keyshawn Hunter, who gets his first sack of the game. And in this drive, we'll take a look at the Delaware offense starting off through the 31-yard line. Some inconsistency has been the name of the game for the Blue Devils offense. They have some good halves and they have some bad halves. This league bad second half cost them the win against Jacksonville State. They'll start on the ground here, but it goes nowhere. Maybe gets back to the scrimmage. 2nd and 10. This pass is airmailed across the middle. Just like that, Delaware faces an early 3rd down. It's a blitz from the Blue Raiders. Marker outside the pocket, sets his feet. He finds his senior. That's Max Patterson, who shakes a couple of tackles and gets out to the 48. Nice conversion there, back to the ground. Now Marker's going to keep it this time, but he's not going to outrun the defense. Quickly brought down by Ricky Smith, safety. 2nd and 10, and they try to get off the silver off tackle, but again, there's nowhere to go. Delaware's run offense has not been the best this season, as John Gaston, the Houston transfer, will put him down after a game or 2, and now it's a 3rd and 8. 4-man rush, Marker in the pocket, lobs it up for Burdell, and this one's incomplete. Delaware will also punt on their first drive. After those teams punt, here goes back to Middle Tennessee at about midfield. It's a swing pass for the wide receiver, Cameron Lacey, who gets 3 on his first grab. 2nd and 7 now, spreading out the defense. Lofton goes back to the air, and he just dumps it all short, and this one will be a little game. As Lofton 21 yards passing now, but faces a 3rd and 4. Goes back to the air, short pass, caught by the tight end, my first down, Connor Doty with it. Anderson Lofton starts off for the foul. In the Delaware territory, another quick pass. This will come by Miles Butler, the senior, began 5 with his 2nd grab, and Delaware's put together. Actually, Middle Tennessee, I should say, put together a little drive. The other team. Right as I say that, there's a sack. Jake Hall in the middle. In the 2nd straight game, at least a sack as it brings him down. Now, just like that, went from a 2nd and 5 to 3rd and 11, an outside field goal range. And they're going to be backing up some more. Anderson Lofton with a freshman mistake here. It takes a delay of game. Now it's 3rd and 16. Delaware secondary playing back a little bit. As here goes Lofton to the air. As he wants the deep ball on the right side, and this one's incomplete. Ollie in defense. Never gets his hand around. No pass interference called there as we hit in the first quarter, tied at nothing apiece. But Delaware, for that big play in the highlight by Sean Wilson, is in Middle Tennessee State territory. In the 2nd quarter, the 15 now. As they bring the ball in motion, it's a touch pass to the team's leading receiver, and he will get the edge and pick up 7. So now 2nd and 3. Hand off to Silver, and again, nothing really there. And then he gets a couple. 3rd and 1, they trust Silver on the ground, and he will get the first down. It's going to be goal to go from the line. Makes a nice run there. Trying to punch it in for the first points of the day. Silver up the middle. Stuff is actually making a losing yard there. Ricky Smith again in the defense. This time they touch past the ball, trying to seal the edge again, but he's got nowhere to go. And also, it's a 30 ball from the 2. See what the Devil go to the air, some blitz from Middle Tennessee. Nobody gets open, and Marvin will just throw this one away, and Delaware will take the 3 points. I know you gave up points, but if you're Middle Tennessee, you'll take that. It's a goal line stand. Really down 3-0. Extra here for the Blue Raiders, again, a 6 for Delaware. Great day. So go back to him here as he shakes the tackle and step on to another, and will almost get a first down. That play should have been dead. Price for Creedle, like a great run. 6 for 50 on the day for him. Good check out here as Jaquil Minicore will get the carry. Actually, it's an RPO for the tight end of Doherty, who gets the first down. Middle Tennessee State is out past midfield. Number 49 of Delaware spreading out the defense. And they will hand this one off to Creedle. Gets a nice hole into the second level. He goes. Jaden Creedle with it as he's out past the 25. I don't think he lets your star halfback, but when he gets healthy, Creedle deserves some more snaps. He's ran really good in this game. RPO in the middle, a beautiful strike catch, a run, a beautiful spin move. by Amarian Walker in the Michigan Wolverine transfer has the first touchdown of the game. Great play by the Blue Raiders, a nice strike from Anderson Lofton, a nice catch, and a nice play after the catch. Tennessee State now leads 7-3, but Delaware going to go right back to the passing game. 6 grabs already for Silver today. Just a couple of weeks ago, he had 15 receptions. On his way to a lot more today. So here's another pass to the halfback. This time it's Saeed Sekou who will get the first down through the air. This is a red zone trip for Delaware. Back to the air on first down. Quick pass for Fall. His third grab today picks up 6. Now it's going to be 2nd and 4 from the 14. Marker been very efficient today. So here comes a blitz from the left side. It's a short throw for Patterson. He cuts upfield, and he will drag some Blue Raiders into the end zone for a touchdown. Max Patterson, another big play for the senior receiver. And Delaware gets the lead right back as we hit the 2-minute warning. Blue ends up 10-7. We'll see what Middle Tennessee can do. Here's another nice RPO that gets Miles Butler wide open. Out to the 34. Middle Tennessee will hold on to their timeouts. They just go in a little here. Next play and passing. Lofton actually just dumps it short. It's been caught and actually tackled in bounds. Great tackle by the freshman Khalil Ali to keep him in bounds. Clock will continue to run. Middle Tennessee, no timeouts used. And on 2nd and 6, he's going to be sacked. Keyshawn under his 2nd of the day, and of course the Blue Raiders use their first timeouts. Now it's 3rd and 14. It's the aggressive they get. They just dump this one short for Creel. They won't get much. And that will take us to the end of the first half for Delaware. Leads a low-scoring game here, 10-7 in Newark. As you can see, on Wednesday night, getting the week started for the 2nd straight time in a row. Delaware's looked like the better team. Tennessee State seems to put some stuff together. As long as they can minimize the sacks. Delaware's done a good job back here in the first. But overall, pretty solid half of play. Kind of what I expected from both these two teams. It's going to be a close battle. We'll see what takes it into the second half. It's a touchdown to Max Patterson of Blue Hands. Well, is this play right here for the Blue Raiders. They got them at their first score of the game. We head over to the second half now as we, after a run out to the 25, Delaware will start off with it, moving around with Silver again. Nowhere to go. 9 carries, 32 yards has not been good for the impact running back. 2nd and 8 now. Marker spreading out the defense. He'll go to the air. It's short. Silver will grab it. His 10th grab of the afternoon. Marker's 23 for 30. Early 3rd down here. Blitz from the Blue Raiders is countered with throw for Dell and the tight end. His first grab of the day. Move the chains in the 8-yard reception. Back to the air here on first down. So receivers run into each other. So Marker will tuck it and run. And he'll put the football on the ground. It is picked up by the Blue Raiders. Matthias Malachi Donaldson has it. And a turnover forced by the Blue Raiders. I think Marker wanted to slide, but he couldn't get down in time. That's going to prove costly. It's good field position here for Middle Tennessee as they try to go to the ground. But Gavin Mull, a nice tackle last week's Conference USA Defensive Player of the Week. 2nd and 11, a shovel pass out to Nowhere. He gets maybe 2. Now you're facing a 3rd and 9. 2 tight ends in this set here for Middle Tennessee. It's another shovel pass to the tight end. That one loses 2. A couple of interesting calls there. And Middle Tennessee will get nothing off the turnover. And Delaware's right back in business. At the 40, and Middle Tennessee, how about a deep ball to Jake Fall for a touchdown? We haven't seen a lot out of the deep game for Middle Delaware this season, but it connects here. Now a 2-score lead for the home squad. It's now 17-7. See how Middle Tennessee responds. Bring a man in motion here on first down. But it doesn't for the defense as Noah Matthews off the edge will bring him down for his first sack of the day and 3rd for the Blue Hens. Now 3rd and 14. Blitz brought. This is a deep ball, and it is incomplete. Khalil Ali has been great since stepping up as our starting corner. Another pass breakup there. Extra out for Delaware, 3rd and 6 on that midfield, and they will convert. And again, Blue Hens in enemy territory with the 2nd grab of the day for Burdell. Another blitz here for Middle Tennessee. This one's airmail. Complete at Burdell. With a miss. Overall, a very good game for the senior quarterback. There was a big miss. 2nd and 10, 1-on-1 deep, and Fall has the pass overthrown. That's the matchup you want. And Fall on a safety when we can't convert. 3rd and 10, Wilson with a top grab. And markers crossed around yards passing. And now we work with a new set of downs. From the 23, quick pass again. This is going to be Kelly with it with his first grab of the season. It is Ja'Cory Kelly, the junior wide receiver, getting a snap. Second and 5, trying to ground game with Silver up the middle. And he drags the defender for a gain of 3, averaging 3.5 yards per carry. Third and 2, they hand it to him again, and he will not get it. Middle Tennessee with the stop will take the 3. It's now 20-7. Blue Red's offense has been pretty anemic since Steve Lloyd impressive scoring drive. A third and 5 here, they load up deep down the right side, and this one's incomplete. Goes through the hands of the receiver. That's another punt from Middle Tennessee. Yes, that is not what they needed. Here is the player Ashton Logan. This is a horrible punt. Barely goes anywhere. Nowhere has to come in for it. It hits off the fall, but the Blue Raiders get it. So the punt was so bad that it actually turned up good. Middle Tennessee would keep the football as we go into the fourth quarter off of, I guess, a turnover by the Delaware special teams. But unfortunately for the Blue Raiders, they couldn't really do anything with it. Start the fourth quarter with a field goal try for Zach Benedict. 5 for 6 on the season as this one's near blocked. He lit it right up from 3. This lead's been cut to 10. It's now 20-10. 13 minutes left to go in this ball game. Back in the Delaware offense, handed up the middle for Silver, one of his best carries of the day. First down. 13 for 53 on the ground for the senior. It's got us out to the 48. Screen pass for Silver. Another grab. He's closing it again on a high volume of bounce. That is his 14th grab of the afternoon. 2 shy of tying the record, which remember was set in 2004 by Justin Long with 16. Lost the 2 here in the second half. Will quickly force Delaware back to the air, which they do. Marker in the pocket looks short for Burdell, and he'll be tackled shy of the marker. And the play would not have counted anyway. What we got is there's going to be a holding call. Our left tackle, that is going to be Antoine O'Neal, who is the culprit. So point force, and now Middle Tennessee, with about 2 minutes to go, needs to have another impressive drive. Starting off here, Middle 20, they hand it off, and nowhere to go. This play broken up. Dominic Brogna, the senior defensive tackle, is listed as pure power. Definitely showing it there. 3rd and 7. Here comes a blitz. Often counter short. This one's caught, but not going to be a first down. And Blue Raiders will punt. I feel like they got some time. There is 8 minutes to go. Delaware's trying again. 1st and 10. Another tough grab by Sean Wilson, who's become really good at making those tough grabs. It's at least his 3rd of the day. And now Delaware with another scoring chance. The 25 up the middle. Silver sweeps through for a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 now. Marker back to the air. And he's going to lob this for the end zone for Burdell, who can't hold on. Takes a shot from the safety, Brendan Harris. Now it's 3rd down. There's a blitz from the corner. His marker counter short. And Silver again his 15th grab of the day. Ties his career high and again short of the record set by Justin Long. See if he can get one more here with 6 minutes to go. 1st and 10. Marker's going to look for the tight end. And again, Marker overthrows him. 2nd and 10 now, inside 6 minutes to go. Marker tucks it, wants to run, but he actually runs right into his own lineman. They're going to give DeMonte Smith the sack. It's his 2nd this season. Now it's 3rd and 14. Marker scanning, looks across the middle, has got Burdell, who drags the defender in. Put a touchdown. The Blue Raiders counter the field goal with a touchdown. It's now 27-10, barring this extra point, which will be knocked up and through. A 3-score game. This one's looking bleak for the road squad. See how their 2-minute drive goes here. We're up 20 to begin. Lofton will go to the air, trying to set up a screen for Creedle. And beautiful defense there. We'll stop them after a loss of 3. Middle Tennessee going to hold on to the timeouts. They hurry back to the line. Only a 3-man rush here. Lofton getting some happy feet. Checks it short. This one's caught after a gain of 8 by Brian Brewer. Gets out of bounds here, at least stop the clock. Is a 3rd down to go to the ground. Creedle will get a 1st down and breaks the tackle, but that's just going to eat some time. And now Middle Tennessee will call timeout number 1. Next play back to Creedle. That's a 100-yard day and another good run here. He's been gashing Delaware. One of the few bright spots for this Blue offense, Blue Raider offense. Next play, quick strike to the tight end. It's going to be short, and the clock will run. And Middle Tennessee will go to the line, preserving that last timeout. Often feeling the heat, rolls to his right. He's going to tuck it and run it himself as he slides down after the 1st down pickup. Hurry back to the line of scrimmage. Inside a minute. Lofton looks Looks like he wants the deep ball, lobs it right side. There's 3 blue hens in the area. That is not a good pass. Luckily, that was incomplete for him. Next play, handoff to Creedle up the middle. And he will not get the first down. Middle Tennessee will use their final timeouts. Interesting play call there. So 3rd and inches, they will convert. They'll get it back to the line. They'll spike it. So now they'll have it 40 seconds. Next play, off to Izzy throws this one incomplete. The pressure was there. He's Sean Hunter again playing. 3rd and 10 now, empty with 5 men in the pattern. Lofton under some pressure, and he was filming on the sack. It's covered by Middle Tennessee. They have to hurry back with no timeouts. 4th and 16, Devil playing with prevent defense at this point. It's Lofton facing a 3-man rush. This walks into the back of the end zone, but it's caught for a touchdown. Amarian Walker goes up for it. It's his 2nd of the season, so that'll end the day from a bright spot for Middle Tennessee. But all in all, the Delaware Blue Hens pick up the victory 27-17 off a good performance from Zach Walker through the air. 391 yards, 3 touchdowns, 76.9% completion. So a slow start to the season for Walker. He's played pretty good. He's played pretty good towards the latter half of this year. Starting to find his footing. Seems like he's getting back to being healthy. Delaware's picked up 2 wins in their past 3 games. They moved now 2-2 inside the Conference USA. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come. Tough break for the Blue Raiders. They lose another conference game, and I feel bad for them because they're on a 3rd-string quarterback and their backup halfback. But they've been recruiting well this year, so I do think Middle Tennessee will return to being the top teams in the Conference USA. But we'll take our victory here as we move on to 2, 3, and 4 of the season.
Gimmicks with too many lemons? Are you stuck with premium prices but none of the spices? Do you want a plan full of perks and a handful of worms? We have a deal for you. Even though pricing was expensive, think again. With Price's best value guarantee, no matter price is the easiest 1, 2, 3. And we're stopping to go and get us in plus. Price will take us to make sure you're getting the very best deal. So don't be nervous. We've got spectacular service when it comes to speed, reliability, and quality. You better believe it. We have the fastest, the most reliable, and the best hockey network right. Use the same That's not all. We'll make it work. Discount perks. Get 40% off your favorite snack services. And add on with it. Still you get it all. America's Fast 5G network. Ultimate flexibility. The latest devices. And exclusive prices. All that about it. Don't blow your card plan. Don't go
Get some good news coming out as well. Some more recruits. Owner Kevin Ayer from Connecticut will commit to the program. He's not the only one. So we got a couple of one-stars as well, including Dennis Zamaitis, a left guard from the Bronx, who will be coming to the program thanks to that New York pipeline. We also get Chad Eaton on the defensive side from Asheville, North Carolina, trying to extend south a little bit to wrap up the week. Jonathan Silver also gets Conference Player of the Week. He had 15 catches again, so one shy of the team record again. As you look at the top scores, the top stories coming out of the week, Georgia, Florida this week, and Jacksonville. That'll be a good one, 2 top 10 teams. Oklahoma gives Ole Miss their first loss of the season. It's Tech now. Had a great game with 9 catches, 163 yards, no touchdown. Penn State, Ohio State this week, one of the best games of the season. Penn State's one of the best teams in the country. They got ahead to Ohio State in that matchup. And Ole Miss will try to bounce back with Columbus in South Carolina this week. The other school this conference, State dominates the week as usual. For FIU beats Minnesota State with Oklahoma State. And also on Wednesday, Missouri State loses their first conference game in their school history, losing to Mexico State. The football takes Interstate on Thursday. Georgia State will lead over South Alabama on Friday. We see Charlotte get an AAC victory over Texas. The ACC actions kind of travels to Virginia Tech. Saturday starts with Big Ten, where Nebraska escapes Northwestern by a point, and Indiana beats UCLA. We also see Iowa beat Minnesota, and Michigan State beat their rivals Michigan to cap off the early Big Ten stretch. Virginia beats North Carolina. Hasn't been a good start for the Belichick era, as he lost a pretty bad loss here as the Cavs, 41-13. UConn beats Rice on the road, 35-20. Louisville back in Wayne College. They beat Boston College, 28-20. South Carolina for a big game. Ole Miss handles Alabama, 35-30. The same score happens in Buffalo. They beat Akron Zips. Temple goes to Tulsa, wins 31-20. Miami and Stanford. Another loss, we're 0-5 in the ACC. Purdue beats Rutgers, and then we see Vanderbilt get another victory. They beat Missouri this week. Their first SEC win of the season. That's a good win for the Commodores. The Tigers have a victory over South Carolina. Arizona State puts up 56 on Houston. Colorado wins the rivalry against Utah in a close one. Boise State massacres their rivalry on that, 45-3. Baylor also dominates Cincinnati in the Big 12, and then we see Old Dominion. The Sun Belt victory over App State was 44 in the conference. Kentucky beats their rivals Tennessee pretty handily, 45-24. They're going to win for the Wildcats. TCU beat Morgantown in a close one, 42-39. Miami Ohio gets the victory this week over Western Michigan. The Navy continues to be in the group of 5 that everybody's chasing. 7-0 victory this week. Miami wins the Bronze Bowl over Colorado State. BYU stays undefeated, 8-0. They're still only ranked 7th. Syracuse with a 10-point victory over Georgia Tech, 21-21. Also in the ACC, SMU will beat Wake Forest in a close one. San Diego State puts up 56 on Fresno State to win the trophy. The game of the week was in Norman, where the Sooners did take care of Ole Miss. NC State over Pittsburgh, 35-17, while Oregon up to number 15 as they dominate Wisconsin this week. Toledo takes care of Washington State, 14-7, while Southern Miss beats UW 38-16. And coming up performance by Texas Tech over Oklahoma State, 38-3, while Louisiana beats Troy in the Sun Belt. The Sunflower Showdown, Kansas is victorious over 19, 42 next year over the Wildcats. USF gets a road victory over conference opponent Memphis, while LSU beats their rivals Texas A&M. Also in the SEC, 52 up for Auburn and Arkansas. Texas continues to be the best team in the country by far, slaughtering Mississippi State, and around the league with Washington with a Big Ten victory. Players like Josh Focus and Miss had 3 interceptions in the victory, while William Benson of Oregon had 3 touchdowns, a player of 54 receiving. Minnesota was offensive player in the conference. Nick Sessions of Nashville State was defense. Here's your look at the first college football playoff rankings that have come out. I don't really disagree with these, as they do have Texas, Penn State number 1 and 2, and the highest group of 5 is Navy. Still a lot of team and a lot of play to go. But here's what at the inaugural bracket, how it would look. Remember, conference victors don't get an automatic bye this week or this year. Ohio State is getting an automatic bye. I don't really agree with that. I think there should be something to win the conference that you're in. But nonetheless, here is how it looks. Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, close to your byes. Navy is your group of 5 representative of BYU, the other conference winner right now. They should get a bye. You know, the games this week, we know a lot of them. Penn State, Ohio State, Georgia, Florida, Jacksonville, South Carolina, Ole Miss. And also, don't forget, USC's undefeated. They got ahead to Lincoln. Faced the 12th ranked Nebraska quarterbacker squad. Big week for the SEC and Big Ten. Florida's last, we're going to hit the road again, trying to deliver a win. As we head to face 4-3. Did 1-2 in the Conference USA, and this is a tough Liberty squad. I thought at the beginning of the year, this team would be the team to beat in the Conference USA. I know they lost Caden Salter this all season to Colorado. We saw him earlier this year. But this is still a very talented Liberty Flying squad. It's going to be a tough game in Lynchburg, Virginia. Once we played good football recently, I think we played to our best of our abilities. We can beat the Flames and go to 500 in the conference. We'll see that in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure you drop that like and subscribe down below, especially if you want more Dynasty content. This is Mr. Rob, and I'll see you in the next one. Oh gosh, I'm so full and we're just getting started. Okay, it's 2 p.m. and now it's lunch. Oh my goodness, that was gonna be sick. Okay, y'all, this is whatever. Listen to this. The more you do with the mustache, the more cash back you get. Up to 5%. Show the mustache today.
Cuando necesitas una segunda opinión del chat en Google, es hora de compartir pantalla en WhatsApp.
Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Rob, and welcome back to another episode of the Delaware Blue Hens Dynasty here on the Sports College Football 26 as we continue our trek through our inaugural season in the Conference USA, this time on the road in Lynchburg, Virginia. The 3-4 Blue Hens face off against the 4-3 Liberty Flames. They're only 1-2 in the Conference USA, as this was a team that was tagged at the beginning of the season to be the favorites in conference. They have not looked like it. Delaware, they win last week, looking to build some momentum. So they can get it done on the road underneath the lights. It is a Saturday night, though, for once. As we're underway, if you're excited for this, so make sure you drop a like and subscribe down below, especially for more Dynasty content. As it will be the Flames starting football, and now led by junior quarterback and Florida transfer Ethan Masco, who has been all right for the Flames. Obviously, they lost Kevin Salter in the transfer portal to Colorado. We saw him earlier this season. So first down is a loss of 2. Dylan Trainer with the stop. Second is what Liberty back to the ground. So Julian Gray brings back in the first 2 carries of the game. He picks up a first down. Next play, first pass for the Flames. A nice stretch by Tyson Mobley. Picks up the first down, and Liberty put it there first, moving it closer midfield. There's a run, and it will go nowhere. So Julian Gray stops close to the line of scrimmage. Second and 10, blitz here. It's countered with a quick throw. This is Elijah Canyon, who has another senior. This is a very senior-driven offense for the Flames, which is why a lot of people thought they would be a contender for the Conference USA, but they haven't looked like it thus far. Nice first down run there. Hassan Manning with the tackle. He's been okay in the nickel, not necessarily the best. So first and 10, this time Aspen will keep it on the read option. We'll pick up the first down. In the Delaware territory, this time they pitch, and there's nobody on the edge. Reese Smith goes down the sidelines inside the 15, track down to the 11. Liberty doing something here. Next play up the middle is Gray. Maybe gets one or his 5th carry. Second and 9, pushing a guy into the backfield. It's a handoff, and this one will go another game. Now it's a 3rd and 8. In the gun, they give it to Gray. He goes outside, and oh my goodness! Somebody check the field. Kingsley Rowe's ankles are missing. Julian Gray takes those bad boys at Liberty. Strikes for 7-0 on an aggressive juke move. Now we'll see how Delaware's offense responds. Zach Barber's off a great game last week. The quarterback masterclass is what they're calling it. It's hard to hard about 391 yards, 3 touchdowns in the win against the Blue Rays. They started 3rd and 25 with a carry for Jonathan Silver, gained 7. And we struggled running the football in this season. 2nd and 3, Margaret as he throws that one incomplete. Eli Hall with the pressure and an early 3rd down for the hit. Pushing out Silver to throw it that way. Silver has been very much involved in the passing game. He has 2 games this year with 15 receptions, one shy of the team record to 16 by Justin Long back in 2004. Here he's getting another catch, a nice block on the outside, swings him, and he's down the sideline into Liberty territory. 32 yards on 2 catches for Silver. A nice start for him in the passing game. He's now in Liberty territory. He picks up the blitz, but he gets through eventually. And will that be CJ Bazile with his 4th sack of the season. Silver tried to pick it up. They just couldn't believe it. 2nd and 20, now Silver out of the backfield. There's catch number 3 for a gain of 12. Gets those yards right back. And there's the numbers from last week. 15 for 106. Needing a 3rd down conversion. Here we go to the back, but this time it's St. Fleur. But again, another halfback with the catch. Every catch today thus far has been by running backs. New set of downs, no one short. Again, Silver with the ground. He picks up 3. We brought back into the backfield on 2nd down. It's a blitz from Liberty. This time to throw to the tight end. First non-halfback to get a catch. It's a 1st down goal to go for the 5. Silver with the carry. Bounces off a couple of defenders and then picks up 2. Down to the 3. Running on the left side for Silver. He's down to the 1. 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. Delaware do a punch on the ground. He'll go backwards. There's a big hit by Marion Williams. And now it's going to be 4th and goal. The Delaware offense stays in the field. They run it again, and they're not going to get it. 4 straight runs by Delaware, and they don't get it. Line stand for the Flames, and that means they'll take a 7-0 lead into the 2nd quarter. Delaware just could not punch it in once they got on the doorstep. Now Liberty, though, could not do anything with it, so we get the 2nd quarter with the points as they're finding out they're on inside. Max Morgan, the junior, will run it deep to Jake Fall, and he will field it at about his own 44 to pick up a few. Against Delaware, good field position, they're trying to do something with it. To the 23 of Liberty, there's a tough grab for Fall. It's a gain of 7. His first catch of the afternoon. 2nd and 3, now Silver to the ground. He's got a hole. Silver inside the 5, and again we're down to the 1. And Delaware punching in this time. Left 4 tries again if they desire, this time from the 1. Handoff Silver, nothing there. Surely this won't happen again, right? Aaron Hester with the stop. This time Walker will keep it left side, running a little bit of speed option, and that's what it will take to get Delaware in the end zone. Touchdown, Blue Hands, a speed option toss to Silver. We're not up at 7 apiece here in the 2nd quarter.
There is no fundamental change to the field of medicine.
The time is right. The technology is right. This is the moment.
So many innovations that have come out of disaster. Why can't Google live up to either one of those things? People in Texas, you now have time like this. It's not just people helping people. Choose courage. Choose family. I'm just saying, I'm going to choose every person. The first American book in history, the largest kindergarten in the world has ever saved. What's in the White House? Stay connected to your dreams. That's what I see. My old insurance company raised my rates, so I started looking for it. Allstate made it really easy to switch, and I was able to get better coverage for a better price.
Driver the Flames takes him to that midfield. Here's an all-set pistol handoff for Bowman. The sophomore gets his first carry of the day. He picks up 5. Liberty ran a ton in the early portion of this game. Here's another carry for Gray. He loses 2, though. Gavin Gold with the stop, and now it's 3rd and 7. Split backs here for the Flames. And it'll be an option. They flip it, and there's nothing there. The 3rd and long, they go with a run. That'll be a 1-4. This is Delaware's offense retakes the field. Here, 1st and 10, looking for a deep ball, and this was tipped and intercepted. Picked off in the secondary. There is a flag down. I will check that. And it looks like it's actually going to be a Delaware. O'Neal give Green his first interception of the season, 4th of the year for Walker. And Liberty inside Delaware territory. First play, again, he takes another man's ankles. This guy's the ankle inside the 5. Off the catch and run. It's going to go down for Liberty. It's going to be a keeper. The backs go up the middle, gets it down to the point. Here, 2nd and goal. Handoff. Gray up the middle. He will punch it in for the touchdown, his first rushing touchdown of the day. He's been really fun to watch this far. He gives Liberty a 14-7 lead. So they catch it off. The offense has to retake the field. 2nd and 1. Mark across the middle. Again. 2nd straight drive ends in a pick. This time it's the Michigan transfer. Micah Pollard with it. And Liberty set up nicely again. Marker back-to-back drives with interceptions. The take over about midfield is on 2nd and 10. There goes nothing there. Now at least the defense trying to get off the field this time. Vasco to the air. Looks short, and this will be shy of the marker. So nothing comes to the interception this time. Has led to the 2-minute warning. Liberty up by 7. In 1st 10, Marker will throw it short for Silver out of the backfield. There's another 1st down. Having a busy day in the passing game again. Marker's been great. He can take away the 2 interceptions, 14 for 17. Next play, he throws out of a sack, but he turned intentionally grounding back on. So that will essentially be a sack. We'll see 2nd and 21 now from the Delaware offense. Marker takes it, looks short, tries to go for Silver. This time the play is ready for it. Instead, it's going to be a 3rd and 21. Marker takes it, and he's just going to lob it deep again for Wilson, and they can't come down again. That'll bring us to the end of the first half. Liberty leads this one 14-7 after a pair of late first half interceptions by Marker allowed the Flames to punch in one of those for a touchdown as Julian Gray's been running rampant for the Flames. Only 3.2 average, but he has a couple of good plays as well through the air. Liberty's come out with football. I don't think Delaware was expecting when they saw the Flames on the schedule. It's got them out to a 7-point lead. It's their only touchdown of the day for Delaware. Definitely left points on the board with that first drive. They got stopped at the goal. But at least they go to the second half of the football. So a chance to go down and try to tie this and start the ground. The Silver for a gain of 5. He's got 29 camp yards today. Second and 5, here's carry number 10. This time a lot bigger. The Silver will essentially double that total down to the 43. That's a 27-yard run. Number 27. Essentially had doubling his total of the day. Down to 256. Next play, Marker looks short. It's got Riddell. He picks up 6 before tackles. Out of bounds, his second grab of the evening. Second and 4, Marker looks out of the backfield. There's Silver again, first down. I mean, he's going to be open every single time. Why not throw it to him? 19 for 26 on the day for Marker. Just those 2 interceptions makes the dynamic a lot worse, as there's a 2-yard completion to Jake Riddell. Second and 8, back to the air. Marker short again. Silver. There's the check down open, and he runs for a first down. 10 catches, 90 yards. Silver again. Have another shot to potentially break the school record. Inside the red zone, throw across the middle. Ball goes actually right through his hands. Should have made that ground. Instead, second and 10. Here's a touch from the nickel. This one's through behind ball this time. 2 incompletions makes it now 3rd and 10. And Marker will put this one outside. That was also incomplete. So the drive quickly stalls. Delaware will take the 3, making it 14-10. We'll take a look at the first drive from Liberty here in the second half. And they come out with no wide receivers. So again, looks like the run game is going to be the emphasis. Caleb Williams picks up 2. Second and 8, it's time to go play fake. Delaware blitzes. A beautiful play called by Liberty, fooling the Blue Hens. They're able to get a first down out of it. Ethan Basco only 8 attempts throwing football today. Offset this layer first down. Back to Julian Gray up the middle, and he picks up 6 easy ones. 19 carries, 64 yards, 2 touchdowns for the senior. Second and 4, back to him up the middle again. Finds the hole. He's out to 244. He's 20th carry of the afternoon. Next play is going to be a speed option again. Basco will just keep it. He'll take his 2 yards and move on. Now they go spread. 4 guys in the pattern. Gets a handoff, and there's Noah Matthews to blow it up. There's a cool defense. Second for loss makes it out 3rd and 11 again. Liver just runs the football. They don't get the first down. They're just living and dying by the ground game. Delaware gets it back. Here's the next drive. Quick throw to Max Patterson. He's actually been busy today. That's his 4th grab for 50 yards. Second and 1. Now they touch past the ball. Just trying to get him the football as he gets outside for a first down. But this play will not count. As Sean Wilson on the other side gets a little bit handsy. We'll call him for the holding call. So set up first down. We're making 2nd and 10 from their own 35-yard line. Square back to the air, 6-man blitz, and it's up the middle. Silver takes his man 1-on-1. That's easy for Silver. He's out to the 35. 251 yards now on the day for the senior quarterback. Delaware getting deep into Liberty territory, trying to go take a lead. First down, Marco will keep it himself this time, but he only picks up 2 on the right side. Not the quickest.
Real estate professionals trust. So when you're buying or selling a home, Realtor.com's real estate gives you 3 independent valuations, so you know what is really great. Real choice seller. Let's go choose from multi-agent proposals because your agents compete, you win, and real maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing. Don't all I'm scared at? Not really. Trust the #1 real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
at 6. Marker looks short. There's Patterson again, 5th grab of the day, and move the James. Just taking the defense can give you. On fringe red zone territory here. Marker on first down on the throw. Looks short for Silver. This time he just drops it. Finger was there, but he should have made the grab. 2nd and 10 across the middle. Here's Wilson. Sean Wilson this time. The game looked nice and a quiet day. 3rd and 1. Silver switches sides. They hand it to him off the right side, and he'll pick up the first down inside the 10. And now it's goal to go for the Blue Hens. Here comes that split back look out of Delaware. We haven't seen it in a couple of weeks since the loss to Jacksonville. And, well, we won't see it on this play because the entire right side jumps on a false start. So it's going to be good to go down from the 15. It's Marker. We'll look for a screen for Silver. Left side. We'll outrun the defense. And he will score from 15 yards out. Touchdown, Blue Hens. His 2nd of the day. For the first time all night, Delaware has a lead. And they will take that lead into the 4th quarter. Do yourself a little dance, fella. Some good moves. Now we got back as it's 17-14. Going into the final quarter. Delaware has brought it back. They got to go to close out games. It's something we have struggled with at times this season. So we're looking for 3rd and 8. Liberty with the football. They're going to run it, and they're stopped quickly. This dedication to running the football on 3rd and long could be the downfall of Liberty. The next drive for Delaware, they're already in Flames territory. Here's a quick throw for Silver, who tries to spin back to the field. That's his 15 catches, the 3rd game this season where he has 15 catches. 2nd and 1, short down for Patterson, picks up the first down, taking the underneath stop. Next play, here comes a blitz, and Silver doesn't pick it up. They shoot the gap with Devin Henderson. Silver not known for his pass blocking, just gives up the sack there. Now it's 3rd and 17. Quick throw for Fall, trying to get something off the blitz. He'll get 10, 300 yards passing now for Marker. That'll bring up the field goal unit. It's Reed from the left hash. This is a 39-yarder, and the kick is up, and it is no good. Points off the left upright. The wind doesn't hit it. And 17-14 still. Liberty got to try to capitalize. They face the early 3rd down. But a beautiful throw for Ethan Vasco. Way over the shoulder grab by Reese Smith. That'll move the chains. Inside 10 minutes now. Handoff Gray back to the ground. And this time he gets off tackle. There's going to be a quick pickup out to the 36. Julian Gray picks up over 100 yards. Now it's going to be Vasco's turn as he gets maybe 1. Now it's going to be a 2nd and 9, make it now 3rd and 7. All set pistol, Liberty. They run the football again on 3rd and 1. They do. Handing it off to Blue, and they won't get it. So Liberty now will face the decision. They'll go for the field goal try. This is a 51-yarder left hash for Nick Brown, who is 8 for 9 on the season. To tie the game, the kick is up, and it is right down the middle. Liberty ties up at 17 apiece as we're in the long stretch of this game. Only 5 minutes to go. 2nd and 10, Delaware short for Silver, and with that completion, he has done it. That's 17 now in the night for Silver. He has broken the single-game record. 3rd time is the charm. So good job for him, but now we got to try to actually go win this game, and we got to punt it back to Liberty, who will have a 2-minute drill to try to go win this game. Problem is they face 3rd and 11. It's a throw out wide, and there's some running room for Smith, who breaks the ankles of the defender, but he won't get the first. A yard shy of it. Delaware calls a timeout, and Liberty will punt it back. Now the Blue Hens with a chance to go win the game. First down, they run it, pick up only 2, and Delaware doesn't have a lot of urgency here. They're going to let the clock run, and they run it for a 2nd straight time, and it goes backwards. DJ Bazile there. And Delaware just let the clock run out. Interesting clock management here. It's on 3rd and 10, Marker to the air, doesn't see anything. Throws it off balance, almost hit St. Fleur. I think if he kept running, he could have had a chance of it. But it's going to be a punt. Now Liberty go 30 seconds. I mean, they're in their own territory. They're running the football. So it looks like neither team really has an urgency here, which is interesting. They do go to the huddle, but again, red side 20 seconds, and Liberty's not using a timeout. Quick throw for Smith. He gets it to the 46, and now Liberty will earn a timeout. There's only 11 seconds left. They're going to start throwing the football, looks like here. Vasco quickly under pressure throws this one away. Now there's only 7 seconds. And it looks like Liberty could be setting up for the Hail Mary here and just start taking some shots downfield. Vasco does have a strong arm. I'm pretty sure he can get it there. So he'll take the snap, and this will be the final play of regulation. Vasco just chucks it deep. An air ball to the right side, and this point, Liberty grabs it, and the game is over. No way! They complete the Hail Mary. There was Elijah King in the standard in the back of the end zone. He comes down with it, and all of a sudden, this game is over. The Flames win it 23-17 by a Hail Mary throw. Running into this game, I thought for sure we were going to overtime. Neither team had any sort of urgency to try to go for it. And Liberty just chucks it deep and it works out.
Right now.